Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
The CIMT Radio Program of the Year, Ekosiisen. Are you ready? You are listening to the CIMT Radio Program of the Year, Ekosiisen on Asempa 94.7 FM.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
The winner, radio program
Asempa FM
2018, I beg your pardon. Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. And there they come, ladies and gentlemen.
Presenting the award for the political program of the year, radio, going to Ekosiisen of Asempa FM. Ekosiisen Asempa FM.
Political program of the year, radio, Ekosiisen. How did it end? And the host of the show, OB, steps up to pick the award.
Congratulations, Ekosiisen.
It's always a pleasure coming to Asempa where the truth is spoken.
Well, I know that Asempa has gained a lot of experience. Asempa is one of the, not the forerunners, but in terms of coverage and listenership, you stand tall. The new FM stations that are coming into the arena are not calling on you to exit, them to survive. Is that what is happening? No. They are learning from you. They are learning under your feet. They are also trying as much as possible to find space. And, there's enough in the world for everybody. There's enough in the world for everybody. And so I think that those who are coming up, we definitely will encourage the injection of new blood. But you cannot also totally do away with the experience.
No, we wish you well. Wish you well. Thank you so much for.
Thank you too. Thank you too. Nyamisha, you are also doing very well. We are also very, very proud of you. Very intelligent journalist. But one-on-one with OB, as I said, will prepare. He knows how to pass all kinds of corners to get what he wants. And Kososo, we are proud of you.
Samuel Atachi, Honorable Minister in charge of Works and Housing, Member of Parliament for Ebuakwa South.
It should count.
Yeah, that's
time I have, but if I have any agent, now, and near man that will never to accommodate so. Minimum set Ghana that Wakumaso. Sounds when the Damakumaso. Yeah, and
I have to say something about Asempa and Ekosiisen. So we're all worried about what's going to happen to Ekosiisen. Look at what OB has done with it. I listen to Ekosiisen all the time. I mean, I have to admit, sometimes I listen and I get some ideas for the program because they come before us. So, yeah. So, like tonight, we're going to use some of their content. So, I have to have that. Obi, I've never told you this before, but I think you've done a fantastic job.
Chairman, I'm about that saying,
Obi, with us, baby, my media chain. I mean, me shall be Obi. It's still raging for so much help. Now you say they are done fire. Now we just know there to say Jumadin how you and he said they still raging for you, no? Obi, Nyame Israbosu account. Into Dana Bompire. I bring in no or the Nahuadin Chewy pa. No one done as a woman in the out to me the yes edge me. Because Eastern region, one region now, Bibia obey your Ghana. So I'm a Jew Tuma. Obeso CD. One John to Mount was into your chow, and I said, they can kind of.
A did kind of Yacha at E4, and near 4. Teaching 1 hour woman on it. We have to see a weather or Yasam Kitra. Then when I'm sure he said the city and Kofa Jamira, 1 hour channel, and for near air, once or so I would or some sort of 80. And so Ghana has so.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
Much at 3 a.m. Union trot for one Suswa or your Buja Inuma, Uber drivers, taxi drivers, workers, whether former
Asempa FM.
For baby, Ekosiisen your programmer or Muti. And the Yadamasa Majimra or Muti.
With a great respect, Ubi, Asempa Moyebi. and you continue to do better. Especially by questions I would tell beside you. Hey, I think I'm yet to see Obi our contest too.
Someone, my embassy, you better to suffer.
This is the first time I'm baha. Na me show say ya who conduct you.
Ekosiise On Asempa
FM. I admire you.
Asempa FM.
Your Excellency, Akwaba na Otten.
Hey, Obi, Yamina Dumiahui.
Bibia
Boko, me chete fupa. Na mabahan me who de Zamasasa. Wabrabo. Sande Obi and the minimum wo. Sekedi Takra. This is nationally. The level, baby, will do Royal. Wow, that's great. It's great. It's good to see you.
Good to see you.
You see, that has always been my philosophy. We hasn't there, happen. You know, as the trees grow, others come up. Yeah, it's painful work. I also say that's it. On normal. Abraboy, the normal man so to it's really a pleasure to be before you at Asempa. And this is the first time Samara me pre Asempa FM. Oh yes.
Okay. Now what you makasasa. Me basha se wada networks. But network mu ya santwa ya Asempa FM. Network mu something ni Ekosiise. Network you ya bonra Ekosiise. And a network here you can wasem. You mun na yiri Ekosiise. And
Asempa FM.
Ekosiise. And a network you mu gamanche. Ekosiise. And a network you mu ula efu Ekosiise. Na network you mu tobi Ekosiise. Timaka heavy dia na watch dia.
Asempa FM.
Bembra ko na born na nyomase. Mewi magruzo. Samuel Oku, medasi obi.
Ekosiise On Asempa FM 94.7.
Education ministry not only a big, but let me say this.
No, this time
a year mobile money here Dubai. I was one person. I started, but I won't mention names. Meaning penny for call
Asempa FM.
So you man and go for me and you call business. Santa Cosin mobile money. When grown and no free move background. Your mama you why are we allowed them?
I want to go banking.
And then when we go banking system, they are dollarization. Almost hurting because amount of profit are umunyano.
No, but the other thing.
What has mobile money done? Not traditional banks into the end. Because now you can't take. Okay, we are building a nation. Please stop it. Because the point is that the government could have set up the platform, allow the takers to come on it. They can be the agents.
Ekosiise On Asempa
FM. But they can be agents. Government to revenue now. Profit huge now. They can split it. And now we can survive on it. We are asking people to pay tax. Don't you think, say, getting revenue, you are not a bounty or the one city craban. You can get the revenue psychologically indirect way. Because
Asempa FM.
What I say? Oh no, it's an issue. Don't. Please. What I say? So these are some of the things I can just say. You create the environment, make sure the government at the end of the day. Master I take initiative because Malaysia and that was 2010. Haruna Power, maybe I can put the documents for him. Then say, let's do something called Max 1. And then Malaysia 4 year. It is for government policy. So all the takers will love on. One, it is good for the environment.
But that's what
two, an indirect way, you the officer government crowd operating a problem. And the takers now for the operating now.
Ekosiise On Asempa FM.
All the commission was so. Another fund workers. At least, offer 50%, that government for 50%, the assets belongs to you. The assets belongs to you.
But why not? At the end, simple. So why have we allowed? Yes,
let's have that communication was going on. Ask them that time. Not much in Omudia, and no mobile maton. Go and ask Telcos. We say, Master Omudia Nana. Omaton, I'm a different companies.
Privatized it.
And Omudia no. And Omochom who renting every one. No. But the men don't mention any company. Please be patch up. But my point is that and the Telcos me ton and all my normal current from who. And then another government into Minji. No one don't make rent no. Near making more money to sustain our economy.
No, but why is it difficult to do this? Political will.
What you say? Me say I make that initiatives. And I'm a boy. Me say that time the minister then we had a conversation on it. And also
because you cannot in the emergency there were 19 telcos in the country. Obiabesi must be there.
Ekosiise On Asempa
FM. Why are you allowed this thing? Because maybe baby one of my cancer. Radiation.
Nasa Ghana. Ghana.
What you say?
I know
several things that we can do, Obi, to generate revenue. Not sabi ye number bring you know and then some profile me bom with telco see so mo jo mo profit or dividends no sound krom ha no matter how dollar government be back krom ha to me survive to me survive me was you one city near two cities here citizens here and abo no mo dey
and now social and civil agitations. It was extraordinary, and that is what Ghanaians want. Kind of embedded do. And when the Matimu say, Mati, different thing I know when we've graduated from that era. No, you'll be surprised. You can call President Nana Akufo-Addo names, but we're having our freedom. Yes, you can see demonstrations and robbery here and there, but we're having our freedom. Yes, there are difficulties in terms of social standard of living, but yet Obia NDD
Ekosiise On Asempa FM.
Why don't we give glory and thanks to God? Now, what's it?
By being in the crowd.
What is them? You know, it is the responsibility of God. I told you that.
Asempa FM.
Faith without works is nothing. So that, say, a common to engagement here. Nese in praying and can you be is bunny being that.
I will pray our quiet then.
Say you. I don't make a view. I don't FM. Mamanye 2 MPs. Oya Doka. Messi, engagement here. Edaki osmu anga. Because if you work kwase abanga, kochoba abi. Keke chechoba ni rade. No one richer. Na wufufu ya wusu musu mpele musu bi.
Fufuzi wanya kakaba. Na wajele fufuzi wanya kakaba.
Masa, then you are not determined to live. Look at all those who are rich. Look, you know, Obia ni azazi do ni mamini yefu no ba no kitesika o. Nobody. It is through the dint of hard work.
Ekosiise On Asempa.
Sometimes even arrogantly, because they are close to political leadership, that embassy is banda. No, get you there. No, that. You see, human beings are near politics because of personality cults. In our body politics, somebody comes out to say certain things. God takes care of his children. There's something you should note because Pentecost Bible, I'm a Bible. But when a passage descends on me, I read through the meaning understanding of God's words. Christ get there.
Asempa FM.
Yeah. It was exceptional. But even the cloud of heaven covers him, the cloud of Zion covers him. How much more? Mr. Badam on bottom 24 hours.
Ekosiise On Asempa FM.
Take it from me today. On bottom 24 hours, 6 hours of the boy is Menezi, 6 hours of the Bada, 6 hours of the Bakasaba, Kasa enters a chain and go pompe, 6 hours, Ubuno Kanya Sam. And see, sometimes we look at them, but I'm one hour black. Oh, look, Masa, that is how you see it.
When I will bring now, even is here.
Oh, Missy, that is how you see it. Oh,
I know too much about it. Woodwork. I know too much. Starting even with
FM.
Forestry. Tell me.
Asempa FM.
Yesima chainsaw operators. Yeah, mamu ko chuchambia ya bani omu. Ena yama wood processing companies license. Omo na enko chambia na omu beton ema ayiwo market. These people have markets out there. Abrochire, from Canada to the USA and others. Omo others are omo for a whole year. You only supply year. So they don't even supply the a friend is saying local market.
Yes.
And you know what? Omo ko fanso omo ko chat timber no huge. No the timber the kesi. Omo chat normal tam timber jack. E dia ko bush yo. Normal ko fa timber no as that log kakraka no e dia siso no omo dia ba. Say omo na bush no before mba be do lord kwan ho. Do you know how many seedlings they will crash?
They will destroy.
From the bush to the roadside.
On Asempa FM.
Vis-a-vis the you can say chainsaw operator. Or no chat the other two. No pipe into beams. No masua. One. They are bebu kwan. No masisa. These two group of people. Omo why and say the forest. And then you do a blanket law, no sense, and then this is what you've done.
And the Parliament of Ghana also passed
it. That is what I'm trying to say. Those who know the thing, they should sit with and oh man, yeah, and this is like 20-something years ago. That is what has killed the Ghanaian furniture industry. Because who got to beam now? Or no, your friend is saying chainsaw operator now got to okoye. Open time. Into one fan measurement to be on two at the end, and one saw the chain saw no a pipe anyhow. 4 inches now on here. What channel part year 3, part year 3.5, and then into walk or toss Adriana. I feel necessary what they call machine shop. Now we go to Chahun as a Kakrana with your bare furniture. How can you sell that furniture and compete with the
Chinese? And who can't furniture? I got close to my brother and friend George Otibo. You know of Ecoplus, right? Yes. Ecoplus is Legon, yes. And so me call the factory here and me share the number of young men working there. And that's why I believe, sir, when we are deliberate about and I'm a TV or my boss office. And we say there are now so many Ghanaian companies into mosquito coil, insecticide spray. Any sign of an human, it be creating toothpaste any other. You ask yourself, sir, these things are not done here. No. Even though Ghanaian companies but they outsource these jobs to Chinese. No, the Americans. No, it's good. But also the American economy, because they are strong to sustain that.
There is cheap.
No, Ghana, but that cheap labor
agitation.
No. I'm telling you. Tell you. Since labor agitation, they by one. Labor agitation, by one. The middle class, the skilled labor. You understand? And now because it be expensive, kakra. Boys, yeah. a paper screen and him ewo car kwan hui. Why? Little way
Asempa FM 94.7.
The CIMT radio program of the year. Ekosiisen. Are you ready? You are listening to the CIMT radio program of the year. Ekosiisen. Asempa 94.7 FM.
Asempa FM. Asempa FM.
Yes, I'm Kwaba BMR Ekosiisen Jumedi on a Thursday afternoon. Many thanks for joining us. Some 24 minutes after 2 on the 12th day of August 2021. Ekosiisen Sony, the first time we copy him say, no nsiane fa ebeboyatena se, edi jumedi ebremidi dio say bonsu from Yobi. Mamemna production team no ase papa. I'm privileged to work with the best production team in town, and that team is led by Dominic Kisi Yeboah with support from Nana Chumbarema Jackson Osain Tiamoa, Eric Opare, Bebe Freno, DJ Yeyo, and a Queen Star in Japan. And of course, my hine kwabena santin so boy in chiridom yeda mo nyina ase se mudi dwumadi makeka bom na yenya kwan yede bre ye na tiefo yen sponsors nso eboa yen papa sound of our time Yara Ghana Edu Motors Winning Lab Always Safe and a Willet Properties and you may queen the sound of our time April may hear some segment so Obapa product EcoBank Ghana Awake Purified Drinking Water Rockstars Roofing Systems and Aquataps Purification Tablet almost and may hear some segment no April yeah interviews and so Tabia Herbal Center Hepa Plus Mixture Consolidated Bank of Ghana CBG also we stand with you Mutlu Battery Quality Forever and a Concept Green Fertilizer omunyina boy in the interviews Nebramansana yeah the discussion segment no every Mark Auto and Spare Parts Ghana Limited, the official distributors of Isuzu cars, pickups, trucks and Chevrolet vehicles in Ghana. Franco Trading Enterprise phone Papa Fie Castrol or say it's more than just oil, it's liquid engineering. TCL The Creative Life, dependable herbal producers of Adom Malakio, Global Lighting Center Limited in Kania Pafie, and Mekwere Boyame de your discussion segment. So Ebramunti, tell a friend to tell another friend to tune in to 94.7. And that Ekosiisen is airborne, the multiple award-winning late afternoon political talk show, our country's biggest and the most authoritative political, social, and current affairs talk show with me, Osei Bonsu. 6:30 p.m. na Jumedi na eba ewie mo amoshe yo Facebook edamase facebook.com/Asempa 94.7 FM. That's our page. Like the page, watch our live stream, share the stream na unu so into me enye bi enhwe ehia yen papa and then some go up so the Auditor General's report for 2020 is out. Na se ohwemu the Auditor General report, and as Auditor General makes the point say but 12.8 billion Ghana cedis near Lusu through irregularities by ministries, departments, and agencies. MDAs, 12.8 billion Ghana cedis. That's the Auditor General's report for 2020. Unbelievable. In that same report, the Electricity Company of Ghana, it procured prepaid meters and some conductors in 2016. And for 5 years, prepaid meters, according to the Auditor General, prepaid meters, conductors, some 59 million Ghana cedis. 59 million Ghana cedis. And yebedi honkomo would go to the Energy Ministry. Members of the Mines and Energy Committee in Parliament and so yebedi honkomo on this story. Minority in Parliament and so in Sama to just say obekaya bayi de babe to just say tema motorway idea yebe we need to say redevelopment of the Tema Motorway. Yes, babe yen of foforo kama. Na minority rich remua aban insurance a contract for Tema Motorway yenchem $570 million TNA, $570 million US. Tema Motorway in kilometer terms how many kilometers? 27 kilometers for Tema Motorway. It is of course a back of the envelope calculation. And for the layman, maybe I'll be 570 million. Now we're divided by 27. Now amount be $21 million per kilometer. But when say road construction, enye wule asphalt other neoma account. But I mean, so we're showing roughly 27 kilometers divided, and I say $570 million divided by 27 kilometers. And I say every kilometer air cost still $21 million. Minority rich more, it's obscene. Into Yabayan share na omu inchum. We've heard commentaries around where say contract ni nyam family and insensem bebre. By Yebekum ene Yebeko Roads and Highways Committee in Ghana's Parliament, Yebeko Roads and Highways Ministry na yakwakwa kudisa in Semyon. And we have a lot of interviews for you. Sansuna Sheikh Al Maktoum or Shebose 300,000 doses or Sputnik V vaccines and also deliver Ghana or deliver 20,000 per. And no in fact, Yeman is 50% of 300,000 doses. And we deliver 20,000 to 20,000 sikani free movie. The Akana was sign Etriama by or Jitu Muse Obetria. And they yatese were refunded $2.4 million. Ediama Abai. It's something we'll get into. And this is so I started advocacy for electoral reforms. Now, on proposals for electoral reforms, NDC has started a share with stakeholders. Now, MNO Electoral Commissioner Kasa say NDC penny pa monfa proposals be Emra IPAC. Ayen komoa yebesan Eddie. Again, we have an exclusive interview with former Deputy General Secretary of the NDC, NA, or a founder and chief executive Emma Atamels Institute Koku Anyidoho anybody in Komo on some pertinent issues plus the suspension from the NDC. Again, on the 14th of August, 9 years, and the 10th August, January was exactly 9 years. You see, former President Mills, Ewo Asumdue Park. We are told Asumdue Park, enya facelift to be total redevelopment of that park. We have a packed show this Thursday afternoon. You would love to stay with us and get to hear the latest on all these issues. come through with your thoughts, your comments, your observations on all our interactive platforms on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and then on YouTube. In Makai Facebook page at Shermo, Asempa 94.7 FM on Facebook, or YouTube, and so Asempa 94.7 FM and Asempa Plus. Then you know, be to me. Sharing live more sharing already more sending a messages the munjinara ase nyame nshram especially more share YouTube and Ghana for a man on it be brina and you say you are so much interested in our show and we appreciate the support, the love and everything, the feedback among in here in papa na SON any 33 minutes after 2. Let's get started. Ekosiisen is airborne. Tell a friend to tell another friend. Your WhatsApp line is 0548 955 947 0548 955 947. For messages bring yes show ya said insu amabo am rabbit na high awake purified drinking water or more 500 ml bottle no ma boba ko kama child one unya ede awake eno ne insu ani ti no lemon green Kasapreko company limited o munsu o mode abadwa so eno no indi pebinom na ene yesem bi wo ho wasa me catch o say onum awake auto awake one bottle bia yeti wo sika no one peswa e de boa the cardiothoracic center e wo kolebu. You know, inti onu munsuo na woje onu abi nkwan ye ka awake ano age so one for life. Awake one for life. You brutal in Canada. It bomode ne pebinom. Awake purified drinking water. Kasapreko insuo eno no so person onu wodi nkomo na unya dodo etua. 0262 351 251 0262 351 251 na watimi anya nsuo no bebre na atome kwa homa no so Mr. Koko anyi de ho founder and CEO of the Atamels Institute. Koko akwa bana apomte saying
Obi Ojoso ewie apomi ya na so
nyame adom ye ho ye te onka na ache kakra bibi aboko.
Okay, then
fantastic. And me date and 12th August. And I remembered say 2 days ago, 10th of August was exactly 9 years. I see former President Mills, your boss, Ewo Asumdue Park. Is that correct?
Exactly. 9 years ago, 10th August.
Super.
Okay, baby, on the 24th of July. 2012 and then 10th August, was some Joe Park. You're spot on, my brother.
Okay, good. Inti enemo semeba Sumdue Park, what would I see?
Well, I think that let me just say good afternoon. I'm in chair Asempa FM Ekosiisen for a year and sana. We send command
Asempa FM
for the sake of courtesy. And chairman Obianko Kaze Kokajido and chairman. So yes, well. Back to your question. Well, if you go to Asumdue Park today, courtesy of the President Akufo-Addo administration and then under the direct supervision of the Coastal Development Authority, Ejuma Ekoso, I was Ekoswa. Asumdue Park is being built to its original architectural design. I know for a fact that the central government has released some funds, so contractor is very much back on site, and work is in progress. Hopefully, next year by this time, I be 10th anniversary. Any Ghana for should be able to see what Asumdue Park will be like. I'm say President Nana Akufo-Addo, or commission Sadiana, Obemuse Wajai legacy, Papa Biama. On my moving so that Atamels Institute, but let me just say, Asumdue Park laying of wreath and those things are not really a core mandate of the Atamels Institute. A core mandate, civic education, public policy, advocacy. Where there is just one of the things that we want to do. I mean, the man's sleeping place is not befitting, and it's a but beyond that. We are continuing seriously with the civic education, public policy advocacy. I'm saying now anniversary. We spoke deeply about the Constitution Review Commission President Mills set it up in 2010.
Yes.
To take another look at the 1992 Constitution. And it's a, you know, can say, and they some common Saba.
It's something now, Koku. Me what questions for who maybe because I recall say even fixed Ghana movement for Sono are pushing for something similar. But before see a beba hono, say me share me Facebook live stream next to see producers nenya the artist impression of how the Asumdue Park would look like. Say Omusi area. I don't know. Say how you close to Facebook. I'll bet me a share. But is this what it will be like? So we are.
I don't need to be. And with all due respect, I don't need to be close to Facebook. I know that architectural design inside out. Yes, Obi, God willing, Nyankopon Adoma, no movie. That's what it will be like. Oh. And
you remember what would be in there?
Well, on the physical structure side, you're going to have a mini audiovisual center, a mini library. You will have you have a cafeteria. You have some offices. You will have a mini bar. Of course, a mini shop. The shop will be putting out some artifacts and museum pieces in memory of the president. So that whole thing, as you see it sitting down there, Obi, will be self-financing. So the central government is bearing the initial cost. Beyond that, it's going to be self-financing. And in fact, this morning, on my way to GTV for an interview, I had to pass there and check on one or two things with the contractor. Then I noticed that just opposite it, or well, let's say opposite maybe a Moano.
Yes.
To the right. So that's if you are leaving the castle, going back towards Accra Sports Stadium. To the right, there are some beautiful edifices. Marty says is going to be commissioned maybe next week, next 2 weeks. That began years ago. And it's supposed to be guest houses for visiting heads of states and dignitaries.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Obi. I mean, so that whole enclave, so you can imagine, Asumdue Park, to what it ought to be. And then you have those, that living a place for visiting heads of states. Because this Asumdue Park, I think the second year or so after President Mills passed, President Zuma Ghana, President Zuma Bakuya, and then South Africa. Yeah, he came to Ghana as the president of South Africa, and he visited Asumdue Park as one of his the sites he visited officially. Of course, I recall with President Mills, South Africa, President Zuma, at the airport, other places. So this thing that Atamus Institute is championing is not because one hasn't got anything to do. It's because it exists elsewhere as beautiful state monuments and edifices. And yes, you have to say it will be that's why we are championing, not because we don't have anything to do. But then, of course, championing this also is a good cause, Obi. So, as you have seen on your screen and your people are viewing on your Facebook feed, that's how it's going to be like. So,
but say Obi Busa say, Koko, if somebody should ask, for example, an ordinary Ghanaian, be on an ordering, maybe on the next meal, be free, but say, what is the essence of that? In there was a minor a pompous kind to something like this, and then I'll be catching.
Well, these are things that we live with as human beings. They are state monuments. That's why we create state monuments. We create places of recreation. Otherwise, they will not even have anything, because then if the first thing is the meal, then we'll not even put on clothes, because we'll have to eat first before we can even think about what. So we don't want to orbit in those realms. The truth of the matter is that yes, we want to create the jobs, we want to make sure people reduce unemployment, but beyond that, some of these things also do matter and actually help create employment. Because if that thing is done and done well, Obi, I know for a fact the streams of income that place will generate, the employment to create. So you're looking about now some people also finding jobs. So eventually it will also give people jobs and put food on table for people.
Okay, and would wait. We'll say next year by this time, hopefully, no, na omo area this particular project.
I'm confident. I'm very, very confident. Senior, and we believe and we hope and we have faith. As the Latin dictum goes, dum spiro spero. While I live, I hope. So dum spiro spero. While I live, I hope, and I'm hoping by faith that next year that thing will be done well. And I'm sure then Ghanaians realize that, oh, Koku, so this is what you were doing, eh? And welcome, let's give you a state award for doing a great job.
And for more material, I be a winning opportunity in the artist impression. Oba Asempa FM, your Facebook page, your live stream, na pictures. While we speak with Kokuno, you can come and watch the pictures of how the Asumdue Park would look like. Now, would the name still be maintained?
Yeah, it won't change. It will still be the Asumdue Park.
Okay.
You would love it when it's all done up, and I'm sure for me the artistic impression also is what gives me the sleepless night, because minus artistic impression, I don't think maybe I'll not even be chasing it, but to think that we could get that thing done up to that level, for the whole nation to benefit from its existence, for me I think that it's a project worth pursuing.
Asempa FM.
Okay, after Maybe Institute, now, so the one big issue on the front burner, some have called for a new constitution for a new generation, and that's the clarion call by the Fix Ghana movement. Of course, before them, now many were the home commodada from a Tamils Institute, raising issues about the current constitution, any are they. What do you reckon should be the way out now? Baby, and of course, your name said the Constitution Review Commission, maybe a white paper was issued, a Constitution Review Implementation Committee was put together, but that is what we know. Say, what can we do now?
Well, now that there's a meeting of minds and more consensus is building up, because President Mo started here in 2010, how many people living bothered? Enumuna Kweku Azanomo Edeko Supreme Court for whatever reasons. The Supreme Court ruled in favor of its establishment, and that the president had legal basis to set up the commission. Today, the same Kweku Aza is now calling for the review of the constitution. So one will ask that 8, 9, 10 years ago, didn't he have the same vision of President Mel? So that's why you have visionary leaders. And in their vision, very often people do not see through that vision until years down the line. When sometimes if you're not lucky, and then then you now wake up to that vision. That is why you have visionary leaders. Kwame Nkrumah was one of them. And people don't know that Kwame Nkrumah had a PhD in theology. And so he believed in things of the spirit. His spiritual intelligence was very high. Now, Obi, for those of us, and I believe people do understand that on the strata of prosperity, the very first thing that will make you prosper is spiritual prosperity. People don't know, and because they don't understand things of the spiritual realm, they take it for granted. But that spiritual prosperity, which Kwame Nkrumah sought, is what put Ghana light years ahead of the continent and made Kwame Nkrumah who he was, not only in Africa but within the what do you call it, the non-aligned movement. Now, President Mills also was cut in that kind of a cloth. That's why for him to have called me personally on phone, come and let's work. It was a relationship, a very deep relationship. And relationships are investment, Obi. Relationships are investments. You only get out of a relationship how much you invest in it. So when you don't invest in a certain relationship and you get nothing out of it, don't be angry because you didn't invest in it. Between me and President Mills, he invested in me. I invested in him. In fact, my own political story is intrinsically linked to that of his, at least during the period I worked for him. If I allow that history of his to die, I'll be killing my own history. And so when people get agitated, and then you hear people say, I don't know, wajia boss. Minjim boss. Also, go and register something else. I have chosen to register the Taxation Institute. The register, the department is there. It doesn't discriminate. You to think of something and go and register it. Don't be jealous and angry about what you do what register. Don't be jealous and angry. You to go and do your own. So if you sit down and you are moving, crossing places and making noise, then we are the true sons. We are the true. Have I said that I am the true son? So if you are the true son, of course, not making reference to his son Kofi Atamos. No, not him. But some other noisemakers. And we are the true sons, the true sons, the true sons. You to go and register something to show that you are a true son. And leave me alone to do what I'm doing. Don't be jealous, don't be angry, to go and do yours. So, Obi, that is what we are doing. The man was a visionary thinker, visionary leader. Like I have said several times, I wrote his speeches. So I was really in him or into him. And the passion with which he drove his own personal agenda, the building a better Ghana, it meant so much to him. It meant so much to me as an individual. And so I think that that's what we are doing. And today, history has come to vindicate President Mills for that visionary thinking in setting up the CRC to look at the 1992 Constitution. Obi, I'm a Christian. You are too. We have friends of other faiths. The Bible is being revised on a daily basis.
Yes.
There are revised versions and revised versions and revised versions. The political parties to which we belong, constitutions are looked at congresses and things are added and subtracted. How come that the 1992 Constitution, we didn't think that at a point in time we'll have to look at it and make some subtractions and additions? But the man foresaw it. You see, because this was 1992. We had 8 years of President Rawlings, may he so rest in peace. 8 years of President Kufuor. Within that 16-year period, President Mills found himself as vice president for some 4-year period under President Rawlings. Obviously, as a vice president, chairing cabinet meetings, the head of the technocracy at the time, lawyer par excellence, an astute legal brain, he definitely identified the icebergs on the ship path of states. And so, would you wait and hit the iceberg for the ship to sink? Or you are proactive enough to say, hey guys, let's set the ship sail a different route so we don't hit the icebergs. And that's precisely what he sought to do. Now we've hit some of those icebergs. But thank God, the ship hasn't sunk yet. So if now there's a collective clarion call, say, 1992 Constitution, let's look at it, because it is a living document. Say, it will die. If it dies, we all die with it.
Asempa FM.
And I think that now that we are talking about it, work has already been done. So luckily, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. And they say, who can say better come back? A where he be when he see when he document be what that. Of course, almost 8-9 years. Yes. So things have changed again. So we can use this as a starting point. Look at things within the exigencies of the time, and quickly move the necessary bills in Parliament and make the necessary changes to the 1992 Constitution. And that is what we are championing as a civic education, public policy, advocacy think tank. And we are happy. We are happy that the nation is now waking up to a solid legacy that President Mills left us with. As for the brick and mortar, UHAS, University of Energy and Natural Resources, University of Ghana Hospital, the new one, all those ones, Tamale Teaching Hospital, those ones the eye will see. But without a living and proper working constitution, some of those things may pale into insignificance one day.
The other thing about saying, the form as an institute, if there is one thing, because adia baako bɛn the word the 1992 Constitution ho say answer bibi akra no nko ade was assessment, what would it be?
Wonderful. I have before me the CRC report now. That is so the white paper, the recommendations and the government, the recommendations and the government
white paper.
Let me just take one major issue. President Mills was a tax man. He spent years reforming our tax system at the IRS as the head, and believed in equity when it comes to the issue of taxation. Now, if you take the white paper, issue 6, and I'm quoting, taxation of the president, and I, with your permission, I quote, government accepts the recommendation of the CRC, that's the Constitution Review Commission, that the president should pay tax on all his salary and emoluments as an example to the rest of the citizenry. This will also be a reflection of the principle of equality before the law in accordance with the rule of law. Now, so you and I have to pay taxes on a daily basis. And once taxes hit us, we cry.
Mm-hmm.
We cry. We are weeping. We are angry. We are upset. Yet, the president doesn't pay tax on anything. As that is per the 1992 Constitution. Yet, he has access to everything. He has access to everything. She has access to everything, but pays taxes on nothing. In fact, everything that is imported in the name of the office of the president is tax-free. So if you have a president who wants to do business, decides to throw every moral whatever to the dogs, and decides that he will do business with the office of the president, he can import even toilet roll, soap, everything in the office of the president, open a supermarket and be selling free.
Mm-hmm.
You can imagine the amount of money he will be making on the side. So this man becomes president, sets up this commission. This is the recommendation, and he accepts it. That should it go through the necessary processes, he will assent to it, so that we change the constitution. He will begin to pay taxes on his own emoluments and salary, so that we are all equal before the law, at least the tax laws. Now, what again can you say of a man who was just prepared to say, look, let us all be equal before the law when it comes to sacrificing to build a better Ghana? Obi, this is the man. I mean, there's another key one. Under the current dispensation, certain categories of public officers, public office holders, Omudu 60 years.
Asempa FM.
The president, as executive, in his wisdom and in his bosom, can give you a 2-year extension, give you another 2-year extension, add 1 year to it, cumulatively, he can give you 5 years extension. Now, and that includes the IG, maybe the CDS, Accountant General. We all know those people who can get those extensions. Na Obi, Nyakupaya Wadum. Now we starting free class 1. How could do university? How many people fell along the line?
Yeah.
But who they were could do something the highest office in that institution. Do 6 years Kofia. Politician busy oh they now 2-year extension. Obi, and I've written extensively on this. If you go and check Koko Anyidoho at wordpress.org, I wrote on this thing years ago. I said, look, once the person is uniformed, we can grant him or her the professional status. That immediately the person is supposed to go on retirement. And then a politician says, I give you 2 years. That person ceases to become a professional and becomes a politician. Why are we doing that to ourselves? Now, within this CRC report and the government white paper, which President Mills accepted, in order not to make it the prerogative of the executive alone, the recommendation and acceptance was that, okay, now at least let's push it before Parliament. Parliament is where the people of Ghana are represented. So that if the president decides, Parliament must necessarily agree before that extension will take place. So at least that extension is not at the say-so of the president alone, but at least at the say-so of the people of Ghana via their representatives in Parliament. So in all, what the Constitution Review Commission sought to do, and President Mills wanted it to be so, was that eventually what was going to happen was that the executive powers of the president was going to be curtailed somewhat. But you needed somebody like President Mills who will say, yes, I'm president, I'm a sitting president, but I'm prepared to go through a certain process that will curtail my own executive powers. Obi, that's the kind of legacy President Mills wanted to leave us with, and I think has left us with.
But others have said, Koku, have said, we missed a glorious, because I'm sure Constitution Review Commission report now, it was quite bulky. And some of the government-wide paper mu issue, and said it was issued under President Mills. A lot of the recommendations on Uncle say what far-reaching consequences on our constitution and how it will play out, were rejected by government. Few ones Bipen say Omoji Tumu. Didn't we miss our opportunity?
Well, it was a process that was kicked in. To the extent that at least some recommend, and don't forget that the CRC worked across the length and breadth of the country. So whatever report they came up with was supposed to be a reflection and a true one of the desires of the people of Ghana. Now, of course, in this world, you're not going to get everything at a go. But to the extent that it was going to begin the process, that, okay, at least one president came, he began. So it is somewhere in our record books. Who says other presidents will not follow in the same direction? So gradually, we'll be getting somewhere. Then at least the president has been set that, at least the 1992 constitution has been looked at. You see, otherwise you will get some amendments, and those amendments still lie in the belly of the executive. It does not lie in the belly of the people of Ghana. So, where are we going? When true power actually resides in the people. So, I think that those are the things that we are looking at now, and I'm happy that the people of Ghana now are saying that we should take a second look at it as an institute. So, we have started, not alone. Dr. Raymond Atubuga is a professor now, he's alive.
Yeah.
Other members of the committee, the commission are also alive. So, as it is now, I'm sure gradually we'll get somewhere. And the joy is that
when Abayishi white paper under President Mills, what happened? Because the NDC continued in government even after his death.
There were some legal issues actually, including Professor Kweku Azar's issue of taking the case to the Supreme Court. So then those legal issues kicked in. But I know also that there was an implementation committee set up led by Professor the revered Professor Dateba and co. And some things, also kicked in through Parliament, should have gone to Council of State. Matter, Philippians 3:13. The amount of they won't even go back. Go back into all those things.
Yes, it's true.
Something like that. You see worms.
Yeah.
I think I've heard you see maggots or worms, not samine, not a ghost.
Yes, you see worms and maggots.
Yeah, because the body, the corpse will rot, and you are looking. All you find are maggots, and is that not it?
Absolutely.
Good.
Absolutely.
So we don't want to go maggot finding now. Let's bury the corpse. Let's finish it. We finish it, and then now let's see how the living can live.
Okay.
And so that's how I want to look at it. Otherwise, you go name calling and you go, and then suddenly it obfuscates the whole issue. Instead of dealing with the CRC, you go name calling, then people get angry, people get this. Look, let's move forward and look at this document. The past is gone. Let's look forward.
Okay. Inti Sisiano say recommend there. What would you recommend that the current President Akufo-Addo do with this particular document?
Once Professor Atukuba is still alive, of course, it's also within the prerogative of the current president. I mean, that's the power he has. But to the extent that Ghanaians are calling for something like that, I think that is where it ought to be. That the president either this same document call back so that you don't reinvent the wheel, or for that matter, it's also good to mix. Okay, so Professor Atukuba and co are around. Maybe you want one or two other people. I mean, my younger brother Godfrey Dami is now the AG, so you want him also to have some input. Why not? Let us just still build the consensus, because it's all about Ghana. At the end of the day, it becomes the constitution of the Republic of Ghana, not the constitution of Professor Mills or the constitution of President Akufo-Addo. It's the constitution of the Republic of Ghana. So I think that yes, the space has been broadened now. Let us enter that open, broadened space. Let's build the consensus. But the truth of the bottom line, that the 1992 Constitution maybe has outserved its usefulness in certain areas. Of course, it's not the whole document that we are throwing away.
Of course.
In the areas that we need to take a second look at, I think that it's only right and proper that we do it so that posterity will not come. I mean, even the issue of emoluments. Yeah, the CRC recommended an independent emolument commission.
Yeah,
to look at emoluments for the president up to the lowest ranking public sector worker. That is the wording of the CRC report
recommendation.
The government white paper accepted it. So, from the president to the lowest ranking public officer, so that we cut out this Article 71 to 71. Every president comes, set up a commission for 71 alone. So, President Rawlings began with Green Street. President Kufuor came with Chinere Hesse. President Mills came with Professor Irama Adi. President Mahama came with Professor Dora Buando.
Yes.
Then President Akufo-Addo has come with Professor Ya Ntiamwa
Bedu.
So tomorrow it will be President somebody and another Professor somebody. So let's have an independent emoluments commission. It is created by statute. It is there. You come and meet it. You work with it. You can't touch it. Then we are building institutions. I mean, for example, if you go to the UK, the cabinet secretary and his staff are not determined by government. These are pure mandarins. You come and meet them, you work with them. The Ghanaian system where we have now, they are still civil servants, all right. But every president comes and determines which particular civil servant will be his cabinet secretary.
Yeah.
Why are we doing that? Why are we doing that to our democracy? Why are we doing that to our democracy? So even the civil service can produce permanent staff that are just cabinet secretariat. And so when you join the civil service as a young officer, all your life, your dream is that if you work well and you work hard, one day you become a cabinet secretary, irrespective of who is president. But now you have to go and wear some political color before you can become cabinet secretary. Why are we doing that to our democracy? So it just tells us that, of course, if you want to cascade back into this, the period of the consultative assembly itself, when some people, some faction of the society decided to boycott the whole consultative assembly process, the constituent assembly, for the same political reasons, who knows if they had joined at the time? Their ideas could have helped us from day one, but they boycotted. Today we are all suffering. So sometimes, and if you look at the CRC recommendation, one thing that is here on the issue of politics and polarization, and I quote, government accepts the recommendation that the directive principles of the state policy should be amended to include a provision that enjoins government to take measures to deal with the rising tide of politicization of every, and I repeat, every aspect of national life and ethnicity within the Ghanaian polity. Government also accepts the CRC recommendations for amendment of the Political Parties Act to institute closed sessions for electioneering campaigns, unquote. So it means that we way back then, Ghanaians themselves were getting sick and tired of the over politicization of everything. 9-10 years down the line, it is obvious that we are suffocating under the over politicization of everything. And here we are, OB.
Yeah, that's true.
We still have time.
That's true.
To make amendments. Let's make the amendments so that 10 years from now, we won't be where we are again. So, basically, I think that's some of the legacy President Mills left. And for us at the Thomas Institute, we're happy and proud to be associated with him and what he left, what we are doing. It's not going to be easy. Even Christ, when he came with the gospel, the Pharisees and the Sadducees didn't allow him. Eventually, they nailed him to some cross, but
there are some few questions. The constitution you come Abdul Malik Kwekubako comes with this. So say, in terms of quantum, the government white paper accepted majority of the CRC's recommendations.
Okay.
One can talk of some qualitative recommendations that were rejected. In terms of the quantitative, a lot of the recommendations were accepted. But
coming from somebody like
Abdul Malik.
Obviously, he knows what he's talking about.
Yes.
I mean, so it means that the CRC did some good work, some good work, and of course, now maybe you want to also open it up for the NCC to also get involved and move around so that we all know what is contained therein. So that could even be a starting point. But maybe again, it may just be a waste of resources. The document is there. Let's just take it off the shelf and begin to breathe some life into it. And I believe that if President Akufo-Addo is able to do it, I mean, that could add to one of the legacies that his government will leave.
Okay. Let's see. Somebody just drew my attention to Atamil's library in Cape Coast.
Ekosiisen On
State a woman to say, and is the institute interested?
Well, the institute is interested in anything at Tamils. I mean, for anything that will keep his legacy alive. Let me be more specific. Anything that will keep his legacy alive. But, well, it's a bit of the cake per mouthful. You cannot put the whole cake in your mouth. So we are biting it little by little. We are beginning with the Asempa Park.
FM.
Hopefully, government graciously has agreed they are doing it. I'm sure when the president sees what his government has done next year, when he's commissioning it, God will touch his heart and then he'll say, oh, okay, if this is what my administration has been able to do, then if the Cape Coast Library sitting down then it's rotting away, why? Because that thing, sword was cut, Obi. It was commissioned at a point in time, so we were told that work has been completed, only for us to wake up one day and realize that the contractor says, well, yes, I've finished the work, but I'm holding on to the keys because I've not been paid.
Who was supposed to pay? Why wasn't Uncle Trianeka?
Well, that one, per the records and per what I know, it wasn't government funded. It was funded by the telcos at the time we were told that it was private sector funding, that the telcos had come together, raised some money, and said that from, I think, corporate social responsibility, they will come together and fund something in memory of the late President Atamils.
Okay.
So we were told at its funding, at its inception, at its commissioning, that's what we were told. So I've engaged the contractor several times, and he says he was paid only for 55% or so percent. They still owe him 45% or something. And so that's something we need to look at. But like I'm saying, that one, the AMI has mentioned it a couple of times, but graciously the government has begun with this one. I'm saying that once the president sees what he's done next year, because it's the completed works that will let the president know that, wow, not he alone, but the Republic of Ghana, the world at large. So is this what Kokwanyido and the AMI was championing? Wow. Then maybe even the telcos themselves will say, look, let's go back and look at what we did at Cape Coast. What really went wrong? Because, Obi, it's so hurting when you go to Cape Coast now and you see the thing rotting away. And what pains me the most even is that you will see his name, President Mills Memorial, Atamil's Memorial Library. And now the alphabets are falling off.
Yeah.
I mean, so if we don't want it at all, let's go and mow the whole thing down. Why are we doing that to the man's memory? Why are we leaving it in tatters? As if he did nothing for the country.
No, but if the telcos were paying for it, such as not Sikawa in this kind of way.
That is the question. That is the question. Obi, that is the question. That is the question you have asked. Sikano, I don't.
Wow. But what was there, from information, or was there like a fund, a pool will be created, and not on can go more account, specific account, be a you bet me a coin to a quack his cow, and I say, how was the model created? Not to say,
good question. I don't know how the model was created. I don't know whatever fund, I don't know what fund, except that is what the nation was told. The records are there. I'm sure if you Google, you will find all the stories that said that the telcos decided that they will fund this thing for us. And we're all excited. Why the telcos themselves have been silent over the years, I don't know. And so you can't push all the buttons at the same time. You have only 5, maximum 10 fingers. So if the buttons are 20, You can't possibly. So we are pushing what we can push with that Asubie Park. And I'm sure once we finish that and our fingers are free, we can push other battles as well.
My final issue, and on the 2nd of August, Yensa Eka letter B, and it's on the letterhead of Samuel Koku Sichofe Anyedoho. I want to believe that it's you, Meboa.
Please, it is me.
Okay. And the letter was addressed to the General Secretary of the NDC, Adama Avenue, Adabraka. And essentially, it's a kind of letter now. The Opatran said the letter, which was made public. Now Eka say you've been expelled from the NDC, Now was it when Enka letter nibi. Is that the case?
But you.
And as we speak, and they still I will sign a letter no.
But you.
Okay, Inti, but you've accepted what is in the public, say you've been expelled from the NDC, right?
But Debbie.
I didn't hear.
For which reason I have written this letter? Letter before you don't mind, let me just read for the edification of your listeners. Now,
Asempa FM.
There may be so many there may be so many Kokwajidohos in the NDC. So if you say we've expelled a certain Kokwajidoho and you have not served me with any letter, why should I be bothered? There could be so many. Now, if you read this letter that I wrote on the 2nd of August, addressed to the General Secretary, let me read, and I quote, expulsion from NDC, reference the above. Since Tuesday, July 27, 2021, and per your voice commentary on a plethora of media outlets in the Republic of Ghana and beyond via social media, you have made and continue to make running comments about the expulsion of Samuel Koku Anyidoho from the National Democratic Congress. I am registered as Samuel Koku Anyidoho at the Kanyigbe Etwe branch, whole central constituency, Volta region, as a paid-up member of the NDC. And so I deem it that all your comments are directed at my person. Indeed, your reference to me as an aide to the late President Atamils makes it very certain that I'm the one you continue to refer to. I have been a loyal member of the NDC and continue to be since the formation of the party in 1992. I have never infringed the constitution of the party. I do not have any history of indiscipline by the records of the party. Without serving me with any document, you have, by your voice and body language, made so many disparaging comments about my supposed expulsion from the NDC and gone further to make incendiary remarks about my working relationship with the late President Atamils. Respectfully, sir, I am pleased requesting for the expulsion letter, expulsion in parentheses, for my perusal to enable me advise myself on the subsequent actions that I need to take. Please treat this letter as very urgent. I remain a loyal member of the National Democratic Congress, yours in the struggle, Comrade Samuel Koku Anyidoho. Then I copied Samuel Oposo, National Chairman and Leader of the NDC. I have consistently said it that Article 25 of the NDC's Constitution stipulates that when we're in opposition, as we are now, and we've lost an election and we don't have an elected flag bearer, the national chairman doubles as the leader of the party. It happened in the time of Obeda Samoa. He was one-time chairman leader. Dr. Kwamna J, one-time chairman leader. Dr. Kofi Potofi, chairman leader at one point in time. So, under the current dispensation and Article 25 of our Constitution, Mr. Samuel Oposo is the chairman leader.
Yeah, but nobody has contested that. Has anybody done so?
I'm just giving, because those are some of the issues that some of the boys don't understand, and they think that I am saying so because I don't want somebody to become leader of the party. It's not about me. It's not about what I feel like. It's about the constitution of the NDC. Then I copied the NDC Council of Elders, the National Executive Committee, Functional Executive Committee, Mr. A.S.K. Babin, Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, because he remains a member of the party and he holds that very high office. Then I copied Mr. E.T. Mensah, member of the Council of State, because he's also a member of the party, holds a very high office in the Republic. Then the Honorable Minority Leader, Then the Honorable Bejira, who is the chairman of the Volta Caucus in Parliament because I come from the Volta region. And then all 16 NDC regional chairmen. So, Obi, I did this more than 1 week after the General Secretary went ranting on the airwaves and making all sorts of comments about my person. He never worked with us at the presidency. I don't recall him having an office at the presidency. Yet he's able to comment about my working relationship with President Mills. I worked with him for 4 years at the headquarters, which is very recent. Why is he not commenting about that one?
Yeah, but so not a general secretary, not Oba Jubilee House. Or see, you caused troubles for Atta Mills at the Flagstaff House then.
But when I was working for him as his deputy, I didn't cause troubles for him.
No, but is it true that you caused troubles for Atta Mills?
That is why I've refrained from commenting on this matter. I have written to him. He's passed certain disparaging comments about me, which have nothing to do with the NDC. That is he, Johnson Aketia's comment. Don't worry, it's work in progress. So I've sent him this letter. I've still not heard anything. Now, the NDC's constitution, as much as it is a voluntary organization, has a constitution. And Article 47 G of the Constitution. Let me just read. Now, Article 47, rules of conduct for party members. Now, G says that,
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
and I quote, that you will faithfully apply the fundamental human rights and freedoms provisions of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, among others. It means that our party constitution itself, to become a member, we believe in the supremacy of the 1992 Constitution, which allows us our freedoms and rights. And within those freedoms and rights, I don't think that any political party is allowed to go against the norms of natural justice. Natural justice has it that if you accuse a man, you must give him fair hearing before you pass judgment. Nobody has served me with any letter since this whole BBR Ras matters began. Some supposed suspension, some supposed disciplinary committee, now to expulsion. Master, so I have written to him, he hasn't replied. But the Constitution also says that, well, in case it is even true, you must go through some internal mechanisms to seek redress, after which, if you are not satisfied, you can go to the law court. That is within the ambit of whatever. But the Constitution does not bar you from kicking in court processes immediately based on disparaging and incendiary comments that somebody chooses to make while addressing some other issue. So your incendiary comment, your defamatory statement, which have nothing and no bearing on whatever case there was supposed to have been brought against me, that one, I will deal with that one too separately.
Okay, in the two issues, meaning, say, as we speak, you still see yourself as a bona fide member of the NDC.
Master,
but I hold in my hands, Koku, the report from the disciplinary committee of the Kokoma party, general secretary, and this report is signed by 3 leading members, senior members of your party, into Honorable Keda Stephen George Obimpe retired.
Not Keda, it's Commodore.
Oh, Commodore, sorry. Naval Captain.
It's a Navy rank.
Yeah, Navy rank. Okay. Thank you for the correction. Naval Captain Asasi Jima retired member, and Honorable Ken Jirasa member. These are the 3 members on the disciplinary committee.
Obi, with all due respect, you have other issues to discuss. I will not discuss the content of this thing on the airwaves. Let them serve me. Let me peruse. When I peruse, I'll advise myself accordingly. It's as simple as that. I'm not going to go into it. All the discussions that we've had are outside whatever content they may have been, even in some supposed initial petition. All those things I haven't seen. Nobody has served me. So I won't comment on the details of this. And I'll be running ahead of myself.
No, I get you. But the point is, it is in the public domain already.
No problem.
And the fact is, the committee says they reached out to you. You did not mind them one opportunities for you to appear before them. You didn't come.
Obi, I insist that nobody has served me. Attempting to is not the same as doing. So maybe you attempted. Did you succeed?
When your WhatsApp message ticked double blue, I just sent one message, and you did not respond to.
You are forcing me to go into the matter. I say no more. I'm not going to discuss this matter until I'm written to official. It's as simple as that.
Yeah. And you until so official letter there.
Obi, you are a student of law.
Yes.
Yes. I mean, you understand the processes. I mean, they have not served you anything, and you are running ahead of your. Like I said in my letter, until the man decided to go and make reference to my working relationship with President Mills, which made it obvious that I was the one he was referring to, I may not have commented. But when he's moving into those realms of obtuse absurdity, then it means that it is me. Then he has something personal. Because even the so-called initial petition, I have not seen it, but I doubt if it contained anything to do with my working relationship with President Mills.
Petition?
I don't know. I haven't seen. I don't know anybody. Nothing has been said on me. No process has been served on me.
Hey.
You see the A?
No, because
and I've just read to you, and you're a student of law. You know the provisions in the Constitution, which is issues of natural justice.
Yes.
So you ask yourself now that, so from day one, what has been going on? What has been going on? Besides, it's a voluntary organization anyway. I'm not an official office holder any longer.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
So a voluntary organization, you're not an official office holder. You are not allowed your own thoughts and views and comments on national issues.
Even if those opinions and comments on national issues sometimes run at variance with your party's position, because I think that's the argument the party makes.
Evidence by what?
Evidence by what was in the Erika J petition.
So I haven't seen it.
Should I read questions for you?
No.
I have a copy of the petition.
Look, I have worked with it, for goodness sake, LB. I'm not frivolous. I'm very, very well educated.
Asempa FM.
Very well educated. I mean, and to have worked to produce the president, to work at the presidency, worked in corporate institutions years before I even got into this full stream NDC thing, which I don't regret anyway. I don't act frivolously. If somebody hasn't got the requisite working experience that I have and chooses to play his administrative duties on the airwaves, and so he suspends, dismisses on the airwaves, I don't pay attention to that kind of thing. Let them serve me properly. And I've written, when I wrote, I took my letter to the NDC's headquarters. It was duly received by an officer of the National Democratic Congress. The day, the time, his name, everything is there. Obi, you can see it there. I am a very meticulous person. That's why President Mills works with me closely. I'm not frivolous at all. I'm meticulous, very meticulous in my dealings.
Let me ask this question on a lighter note. A party you belong to, for everything that has happened, it is obvious at the highest level of the party, the party doesn't want you as part of them again. Why insist you are still a member?
You are behaving like a lawyer who has prepared himself and gone to court and is looking for some answer to go and nail somebody. So you go round. Obi, I'm saying that. Let the letters come. Let the correspondence come. Let me look. My lawyers will look at it. My God, I'll present it to the Holy Spirit also to look at it. We will take spiritual and physical and human advice. Then we'll move on from there. But until then, I'm not discussing what has not come my way.
It has not come your way.
Okay. No, it doesn't come my way. people I may end up saying things that shouldn't even say. People say, and I will cry, oh, I understand. Then throw of it. And I will prepare one natural baby. Don't be unsure of it. Must be unsure of it. I say, now for the Oko prepare one or China Binetana. Papa, we, baby, our young president, Muzaya Jumatena, or no cry, young from the crater, or no, it is. I think yesterday, you know. Once a public obeyed the idea of an opportunity and some of the one opportunity and media was and you did it.
My final point, I think if I heard you right, how can I say on another level in Zambia, General Secretary Sedun Ketiakano, you deal with him on those issues. And then you see with him and
oh Obi, I mean those are matters that will come out as a but all I'm saying is that I'm a Ghanaian. I have a right to protect my image, my dignity, my self-esteem, my reputation, and I'll not allow anybody, no, not anybody at all, to run me down for political expediency. Never. I'll not allow it. People will have to eat back their words. Yeah. What? I mean, run me down. Why? Because of politics.
On Asempa FM.
The appropriate forum to seek that redress is the courts.
Wonderful. Thank you. So thank you that you have given me that option didn't come, but now that you have told me, I'll consider it.
So you'd see what you don't get here.
Well, there are processes. If he's magnanimous enough and he gets letters from my lawyers and he wants to be humble enough, he can retract and apologize. Otherwise, we'll meet in court.
Koku mayana senayemfa ensi bibiania yebese din komobio. Why?
Thank you very much, my brother.
And Koku Anyi the whole year, founder, chief executive officer of the Atamels Institute, and Motesi no AD and Komo. Ekosiisen in high Asempa 94.7 FM. Loads and loads of your messages coming through. Yabeshena yakuni and America catchem say interviews are ya line up no so and we'll try and do all of them and Sunny the discussion segment to me. As I said, there is this press release from GRIDCo and I would want to put it out briefly. So we say Ebenezer Esenyi. I hope I got the name right. Mamoni ya namodi achame. Because me who Esien and me who ni. That be Esien and a YI in the abeye Esien yi. And I say Esienyi. I think it will be Esienyi. Ebenezer Esienyi, appointed new GRIDCo chief executive. I said the board of Ghana Grid Company Limited, GRIDCo, has at its meeting on Thursday, August 12, 2021, confirmed engineer Ebenezer Esienyi as chief executive of the company. This follows the nomination of engineer Esienyi by the President of the Republic, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Engineer Esienyi, who is a member of the senior management team of GRIDCo, succeeds engineer Jonathan Amoako-Ban, whose successful tenure as chief executive ended last month. Before his appointment, engineer Esienyi was the director of technical services of GRIDCo. Ebenezer has over 24 years experience in the public sector in diverse areas such as engineering, planning, design, and project management. He joined Ghana Grid Company in 2008 from Volta River Authority, where he worked for 12 years. He holds a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering from Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, KNUST, and a master's degree in public administration from the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, GIMPA. He is a member of the Ghana Institution of Engineers and a product of Infante Pim School. Kwaboche. Wow. Daniel Dazi should be a happy man. And GRIDCo has a new CEO in the person of engineer Ebenezer Esienyi. Congratulations. And the official statement from GRIDCo and Yakai Amamo Intermontion so MIA. Let me go through some messages now for Yen Trust. We said today NPP are on the hot seat, so all what their communicators are saying, we should not make petrol NDC MPP politics. We should not make electricity NDC NPP politics. We should not make COVID-19 NDC NPP politics. What happened in 2016? NPP used petrol to galvanize votes. Dr. Baumia said NDC was heartless to increase fuel prices at a time Ghanaians were suffering. That was even 3.7 per Ghana cedis per litre. Now it's 6.23 per litre. And the NPP want us to be quiet? No way. Ablade. Efie Kumazongo. Takrade. We say, Obi, now that the Sputnik V vaccine money has been refunded there, let us all come together and move on, because there is no cause for alarm. The minister is free. Abele is in Nungwa, Nedia or their brain any. Obi, kindly wish my boss, Maxwell Opokutechi, aka Mela Mark Maxwell, aide to the NLA Director General, Kapo Samyeuku, a blessed birthday for me. Farouk is in Tema. Obi, when Eric J comes to your studio, ask him to apologize to the chief of GRIDCo for his comment about him on the bedroom program this morning. Omayine wanted to correct him, but he refused. GRIDCo Mayine said no president has entered his palace since he became a chief, apart from Nanado. But they did not say no president has visited him before. Even though President Mahama visited him, but he did not enter the palace. Eric must apologize. Gusty man in GRIDCo. Now in the President Mahama Kosano wahi on one personal house and as we share will be dream. Gusty man further in better particulars will do. So Omayine suit here further in better particulars will do, because I'm told so Omayine tried correcting Eric on the show this morning. Let me see. To some other messages. We say, Obi, in the face of a pandemic, normal accounting, finance, and law do not work. Really? But I say for some inexplicable reasons, some people have refused to critically look at certain facts in relation to this Honorable Kwekwajiman Menu's region issue. The Honorable Health Minister emphasized that the pandemic was taking many lives, and so he had to take some drastic steps to get vaccines to help protect the citizenry. When people are dying, the prudent thing to do is not to wait for a drug or vaccine to be supplied before making payment. Moreover, when there is a stiff competition for the same drug or vaccines, it makes sense to pay monies for it. People should realize that COVID-19 is deadly. It's a pandemic. The pestilence is wreaking havoc around the world, including Ghana. Under such a situation, anyone who has the people at heart would go behind what is deemed to be the norm to safeguard the lives of the people. Don Pino is in Don Pino Kra Difrehi Malam. Okay. The Kwakwa the host say he belongs to the NDC. Ayo, let me reserve my comment for now. Long live Ghana. My regards to Hawakum Sin Honorable Rainbow Kaswa. PK in a Lembele Western region. Hi, Obi. In fact, this MPP government has really disappointed and not been truthful to Ghanaians on the Sputnik V vaccine deal. Why is the health minister not resigning from his duty? Well, we're told that the NPP have the men, and that the NDC regime, Honorable Jifar Tivo, stepped down peacefully when she was hit with the Bas Brandon saga. Why is the NPP government protecting their own and setting a bad precedent to Ghanaians? In fact, absolute power corrupts absolutely. PK Elembele. Obi, greetings to you. It has now become clear that some monies have been advanced to the Sheikh. This does not in any way mean that the health minister lied. He wasn't aware as at the time that no monies had been paid for the vaccines. Remember that the monies advanced to the Sheikh were not paid by him. It is therefore erroneous for anybody to say Kwekwajiman Menu lied about that topic. This is semantics. Not everyone can get it, but the man spoke the honest truth. The same people ferociously defending Collins Dawda are the very people calling for the head of Ajiman Menu. Ironic, isn't it? Eja Adam, Inyan Meim, and Odiwei Abba. Obi, is it not surprising that those that are calling for a new constitution now are the same people supporting John Mahama, under whose tenure he refused to accept the Constitutional Review Committee. Oh, that's not true. That's not true. Yeah, Marvin and Kwesimin team, you began on an erroneous note. I'll truncate your message. Obi, he met President Mahama at the Omanhene Park and not in his palace. Okay. Gastiman comes back with further and better particulars. As we celebrate International Youth Day, I would like to use the opportunity to thank the national head of the Church of Pentecost South Korea, Apostle Diedone Komla Nwekpe. Diedone. Oh, that's a nice name. Diedone is a Nyamiyama. Nyamediama. And that's a Nyamiyama Diedone. Wow. Okay. For his immense contribution towards youth development and empowerment in South Korea. And this from Ohineba Kwame Dansu Jr., a member of the Church of Pentecost in South Korea. He ends with the hashtag possessing the nations. Honorable Stephen Pambin Jalula, a Deputy Roads and Highways Minister. Minority Nichiremua, the $570 million Motorway redevelopment project, aban hwena omuntwam mamene honorable enin komo honorable akwa ba Ekosiisen sense na pom ye de
lejo so apomo ye
ya danyame ase papa me say what colleagues in parliament on the minority side mo ka say aban hwena Motorway project amo pesa mo ba ye no muntwa contract nim oje ne saying
that's our TF4. My first the rank member for Road and Transport Committee in Menkaka. My first almost say yes, because to them no nanke was a parliamentary approval number and sign that sign agreement with Motor Angel. Motorway kwano ade amagana but wo hwe nhihia ye ne motor yo ekọ ye na ye wo terms bi e wo contract no mo a e kire se ite ye nya approval bi ansa na contract no be na ye juma and one of their conditions precedent and ye elementary say
hello, honorable.
Yes, election. So it was very.
Hello, honorable. Oterenga. Minim baby, I will unin cry on.
Mbachame half region. Many presidents na
okay. I suppose that Otekamo more drive yana. Oh, okay. In the line each chesi pa and shadam why papa. Ekosiisen FM. Hello. Wow, too bad. And we might have to end the interview here. Now, we can get a better connection. Now, if you know, etumi edi enkomo. But there is this letter from the finance minister and Honorable Roxy Nelson Dafiamekpo posted on a Twitter page. The Twitter handle, so Okase Ministry of Finance, and this dated 9th November 2020. Also, roadmap for the delivery of the Accra Motorway and Extensions project. Also, please refer to the meetings held at this ministry on the 2nd of November 2020 and 3rd November 2020, respectively, on the way forward for the delivery of the Accra Motorway Extension project. Also, following from the discussions, we have had further engagement on the mobilization of funds for this project. To this end, we have had some engagement with the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund on this subject to consider being the concessionaire for the project. 3. We therefore wish to inform you that the Accra Motorway Extension project will be assigned to the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund to enable us quickly mobilize funding for the project as well as deliver the project, counting on your usual cooperation. Signed, Ken Oforiatta, and this to the Honorable Minister, Ministry of Roads and Highways. Indeed, this is the project in question, and the minority from document or MoMA site, this will cost us $570 million US, and the minority believes a bit on the high side, because for a 27-kilometer project, omufi say a bono dodo. If we are fortunate to get the minister back, we'll put some of these questions to him. Na washe no ede amai. We are also working hard. See, benya a member on the minority side, and so na yene etumi edi enkomo ndi monsha nenso. Ema Ekosiisen no Asempa 94.7 FM. Please come through with your message. We say, okay, let me see if we have some other person on the line. Okay, we'll come back. Now, we'll go back to the roads issue. But I am calling Edward Bauer in on the Auditor General's report. And in some way, Frimu about Electricity Company of Ghana. Meters be a company a toy in 2016. According to the Auditor General, that's to go Honorable Edward Bauer. In Kane Mobekayana or a communications consultant or energy ministry. And you are a member of parliament, Mabongo constituency. Honorable Akwabana, upon to say, Yamia Domiati and Kana check a crap. Bibi Aboko.
Your boy one corner.
Now, and they meaning say Auditor General supporter a buy, I don't know, so official money before Parliament there. Have they?
Sorry, I'm not sure they had laid it in Parliament. I knew that was rather some of the old ones normally, public hearing and only reports. Okay. But it's possible it's in Parliament, but as to whether it has been laid, I'm not too sure.
You are not too sure about that. Okay. Yeah, but at least sneaking into the media domain, some of the issues in there makes interesting reading. But on procurement of prepaid meters and conductors to the tune of some 59 million. And Auditor General and these were procured as far back as 2016.
Yeah.
What do you make of it?
Yeah, that's my initial comment on that is this. Look, I know post 2016 we have been procuring meters because obviously there are a lot of people who still go to get meters. The question you need to ask yourself is that a year then at 2016 meters are you procuring that warehouses using to a tune of about $59 million. $59 million and if you do it with the exchange rate of what we have today, we're talking about $300 million seated. And this is a particular company, as we speak to you, or more financials and or sure more financials and now we are talking about just between 2017 and now an accumulated loss of about 4 billion. So if you have about 3 million that can go and you'll be able to deploy that into communities, assuming for example they are prepaid meters, what it simply means that if you deploy them now in terms of more collection losses never done. So for you to have 59 million worth of conductors and meters in your warehouse and you are not getting them, then that's a problem. And indeed, if you look at the Auditor General's report, it states clearly that they had procured those ones and they were seated there and they went ahead to procure new ones. While these ones were there and they had not issued them. So for me, it's a purely management issue that we need to take a second look at.
But I don't know, maybe the ECG would also have to officially respond. Now, almost side of this particular story.
First and foremost,
yes.
Even before embarrassment. We share this particular, the first time this thing was raised was in 2018. It's not true. This thing was raised in 2018. My checks at ECG says that as we speak today, the conductors are still there. So that's the meters are still
meters there. Not still there.
Are still there. But this was a query that was raised by the Auditor General in 2018. assuming, I'm just saying that because, and it's good that you say that ECG will have to come out and officially respond. Assuming that it is a question of technical issues. Usually, ECG will have a way of, for example, if they are buying meters, they take them through the ECG lab to make sure that they are compatible with the system.
Of course.
What they are here.
Yes.
Assuming that it was a problem of a technical compatibility issue. We are all speculating. What they are here. It was an issue of compatibility. Between 2016 and today, which is about 5 years, you should have resolved the issue. And these things are done, it's a standard thing that you go around doing. And irrespective of what the situation looks like, whether which is not true. When you say, no, she say meter good. Meter good.
Yeah.
Do you know that, Obi, do you know that you are not supposed to sell a meter?
Yeah, I know for a fact. You are not supposed to sell as in what they mark customers ECG
is not supposed to sell the meter.
Yes, they don't sell the meter. So be before the meter is fixed for you.
They call it the service charge.
Yeah, the service charge, yes.
And the reason is because that's why on the meters they always say it is the property of electricity company.
Absolutely.
Because of the fact that it is a gadget that ensures that your revenues come to you.
Yeah.
So it is your property.
Yes.
It is police near or to so that is the whole idea. And if you know that this is, you're talking about 59 million. Look, maybe I may give you a few things to look. You know the meters will make sure that people don't steal power. You can collect your thing. Minimum control. Just the report that the Ministry of Energy authored, that they call the Energy Sector Recovery Plan. Oshimwa, just losses alone as a result of people either not paying for electricity or power. It's $180 million annually. If you put them in terms of cities, multiply by 6, so you're talking about 600 to 700 million Ghana cities every year. As a result of magic power, and that's power, it will connect a legal connection on my. Namukuya, 59 million Ghana dollars worth of meters for 5 years. And you have not done anything to deploy this thing into the communities. Irrespective of whatever story is behind it, it is something that is a management failure that there must be an investigation into it.
I agree, but the other thing is, and why you Juma Energy Ministry that I have also worked with the electricity company of Ghana before. You name what happens when it's an election year, and even for more at the ministry, sometimes the AI friend in quote political meters, a bus system near the Bima MPs, now in their constituencies near there, and when it gets to that timer. There is sometimes pressure on the management of ECG. So because mind you, some of the problems ECG facing even in prepaid areas, the different types of meters in the system. In the Ubashano, you were Electoral, GH4 meter, you were 4 meter, Basa, and sometimes configuring them to ECG system now a problem. In election years, a lot of these things happen, and Bawa.
Minia. This is not what you have described. It's not what we are talking about here. This one are meters that have been procured.
I know.
ECG has taken delivery of them. They have put them in their, what do you call it? Your friend saying, in their warehouse.
Warehouse, yes.
And for 5 years, you have not issued them out. It's not the same as they are walking about election year. This one that has been but you have refused to issue them out for 5 years.
But William, there is a management response attached to the Auditor General's report. And of course, I say management of ECG responded that regarding the meters, some technical challenges were identified during the initial stage of installation of the meters, and as a result, could not be used for the intended purpose. It had before the audit visit constituted a committee to engage the suppliers on the identified technical challenges, and the report is with the board for the next line of action. Or say, quote here, and they say, they had all alu-bear stranded conductors, 255 square, that's SKO, were procured for some specific project, which are now encountering right-of-way land dispute. Management is still negotiating to secure clearance for the continuation of the affected project. An extract of the audit report read. For conductors in the end, you almost say, no, for specific project.
So listen to me.
Yes.
You see, projects, if you listen, first of all, there were two different things. One was successful and one had technical problem.
Absolutely.
So there are the two parts. So let me take the first one, which is the technical problem. Usually you will have a situation where when you take delivery of
meters now,
that power item, and you know that you will have what we call you have the right as the purchaser. You can exercise the right of even going to inspect the qualities of it.
Absolutely.
So that's what they call factory inspection.
Yeah.
Then you also then have the right to take the gadget and test it within your labs. You say you have worked there, so you know what I'm talking about. So
I know.
You have done that to know the quality of it, the standard you need. Granted that these qualities they were never met, and that you have it. You have the right to then engage whoever the supplier is and deal with it. My point I'm making is that 5 years and not resolving that is not an excuse to give to auditors. That's my point. The second point, right of way, is a project specific.
Yes.
Those projects in themselves, you see me, I see them to be named. If you are designing a project, I believe that as part of the project design, the right of way issues come in. And most often than not, right of way issues in a banner. What we usually, because it is a state thing, you have a situation where the state then compulsorily picks up those, they value the partner conductors, they value them and pay the people, and the state compulsorily acquire those spots. So if there are any economic plans, another idea was what, then they pay you off. You want to tell me that for 5 solid years, because of the right of way, it means that the project itself has stalled. Because if you do not have the right of way, it means that you won't mean string wires, no.
Yes. Yes.
So it means that the project is what project is it that they are talking about? Which of their projects, the numerous projects, which of the projects a year that 5 years?
Yeah, but Unimbawa, so you share the realities. But sometimes, right of way issues the company is confronted with, it go beyond 5 years. So, in all honesty, sometimes it is extremely difficult.
Look, when I spoke, you know why I'm making this point. I have behind the scenes. I've spoken to ECG. You see, you hear that ECG says that
FM.
The cumulative, the figure on the amount. It's a cumulative thing of pieces of projects. Interview her, for example, say maybe let's give an example like say telecos or more sites now on my building. They may need this. So they may need some specific type of how do you call that again? Meters. But you know, all those areas mostly because nobody will be there to be doing prepaid, they may do them postpaid.
Yeah, postpaid.
You see that they are bigger ones. According to them, some of them, for example, they needed about 10. Then maybe they imported 15 because in case there are challenges, they will not be. That means some level of redundancy built into the project.
Yes.
So some of those pieces are those that are there. There are some too that are for some projects that have not kicked off. That is the explanation they are giving in all these things.
FM.
But see, you know why I'm making this point? I'll give you a background to something. And for me, when it comes to issues of meters, I get worried about it. You will recall that, in fact, in late 2015, early 2016, the issue of meters became so serious. Indeed, the issue of even political meters are working became so serious. So under Dr. Komna Donko, he had issued a fiat that no meter should be issued by any other place apart from 2 people and a 2 set of people. And you know those who are ECG and then NETCO as one because they are distributed.
Yeah.
Then contractors who are on site, you know, normally as contractors, they build into it metering. So the Elvis, no, the service wise at the Baufia. You must have a meter to have it. What you say? So as part of the contract, they build meters into it. And that is it. But that no other person like Udi meter, Master Udi, my politician, Udi, my DCE, Udi, my assemblyman. You should not do that.
Oh, then that directive was not followed.
I'm coming.
Okay.
I'm just trying to tell what the directive.
Okay.
Then we realized that look, there was a huge shortage of meters. So cabinet under John Mahama in 2016, cabinet approved that we should go for what we call ECG should go for what we call as suppliers called credit of $18 million.
Okay.
For your friends meters. They decided to decouple that and said that 40%, because as part of an attempt to also build what we call local content and let it flow about Nexans, Tropical, OTS. These are people who bring up conductors and other things. That 50% of the contract sum should be for locals. We did all those things, but all these things were given to ECG. And the idea was because we thought that ECG itself had challenges even getting these things. So for me today to hear that since 2016 to now, we have $59 million worth of meters that are seated in ECG's warehouse that have not been issued. And that in 2018, when the audit report was issued in 2018, or maybe at least they queried it in 2018. As we speak today, you will now have ECG people now sitting down in meetings trying to see how they can get these things out. It tells you that if auditors support and bank on yet.
No, but the other point about our NSA, if you take time to read the attached tables in the report now, for example, Omoma breakdown of prepayment meters and conductors abandoned.
Yes.
In 28th June 2017, for example, 3PH electronic in the Omoshe last date of issued code and a detail, the current quantity, weighted average price, total and a Omo remark. Some meters were issued on 28th June 2017. 3PH electronic credit meter GPRS and it's a bako 4,000 and a aka warehouse. Weighted average price near 741.77. I should think it's dollars. Partial issued. That's the remark.
Yes.
Another set smart electronic energy meter 2017 31st March. Yawo ebia date of issued 24th November 2015. IPH smart elect energy meter and it's a bako 34,161 is still sitting there. It be as far back as 2014 into 16th April 2014 single phase split meter bako 4,457 still sitting there. 25th October 2018 it be 21st December 2014 492 still sitting in there. 21st January 2014 bako 1,000 sitting there. 4th June 2015 bako 6,363 sitting there. 31st March 2017 3,579 inti really so kom kokosha. It starts from 2014 and the meters eguwasa yenyusuye.
And I make a choice. That's the point I'm just trying to make. So the argument I'm making is that so all this FM. You have meters seated down in ECG's warehouse. We are talking about tens of thousands of meters that are seated there. Meanwhile, ECG has a huge problem of commercial losses. And mainly commercial losses are occasioned when people decide to just draw power directly to their houses without them going to ECG meters. I know that making sense. So if you have a situation like this, I think that it is more of a management issue. Because at the end of the day, as management, who will be someone who says, let them bring me the inventory of what we have. On the basis of your inventory, you must be able to query, for example, the stores and the procurement office.
Yeah.
Why do we still have these meters there when we have these losses? Because look, let me tell you, yesterday I was on a program, your sister program. So we're talking about allowable losses that are given for ECG. Combined one between technical and commercial losses, it's about 22%. What do you say? As we speak today, ECG is inching around 30% of losses. So what it simply means, about 8% of it, ECG must find a way of ensuring that they look for money to take care of those losses. What do you say? And so who was this particular type of meters? Management should address their minds to the fact that why do we have this when we have this particular problem? And in fact, the part that for me is informative is that even post these things from 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, our more issue this particular term. We have had procurement of new meters.
And that is what is mind-boggling. I would want to get somebody who served on the board at the time. Now from 2014 coming, we had meters and they distribute here, and they still approved for, because I will share the meters that came in 2017.
Obi, I don't know who you are going to talk to at the board level. You see, what you should be looking.
No, I remember John Jenapo was on the board.
Okay. So what I'm just trying to make a point to you that basically, John Jenapo was at the level of policy decisions.
Absolutely.
What do you say?
Yes.
This is a day-to-day work.
No, you cannot procure meters to the tune of over 12 million Ghana cedis without board approval. That's not possible.
No, I agree with you. Board will do that. You see, what board will do is that the management will present that, look, we need X amount of meters. Board will sit down and then on the base, because the only reason why you are procuring is because you think that there's shortage. Board will look at it and juxtapose that with your losses that you are making. And they will know that if they invest X amount of money, they may get X plus 1. They will get the meters money and still get money for the corporation or the company.
Yes.
And therefore, board will do that. You see, the board member cannot go and know what the inventory looks like in the ECG warehouses. What do I say? It is a day-to-day activity. I'm not saying that. I'm just trying to tell you that basically, let's not put the team in which it is management of ECG. And I'm telling you, if this was a private man's business, nobody would do this. It's because they don't look. Do you know that if you look at the losses of ECG as we speak now, if it was a private business, they would have closed down. They would have closed down. How can you go today, and I'm making as part of it, how can you go and buy power? You buy power X, and the amount that you sell, and the money you get is X minus 6 or X minus 25. Are you getting the point I'm trying to make?
Yes.
You can account for, and part of the reason is because we do not even have meters. I have at this occasion.
No, but the other thing is, in terms of the losses, when you look at the PURC benchmark for ECG, for example, which is I think pegged at the last time I checked, 19% system losses. Intuition, commercial, and technical losses are 19%. No, Meba.
It's going beyond that.
No, Meba, I'm coming. I'm not talking ECG losses. I'm talking the PURC benchmark.
As in 2018,
Come again.
In fact, in 2018 review, in 2018 review,
yes.
And I think yesterday, initially I even thought it was 21. It was yesterday, the PURC board chairman, who drew my attention to it that is actually now is 22.5 or something.
22.5 being the benchmark for PURC?
Benchmark, yes.
And ECG is doing what now?
ECG, as per what ECG itself is saying, they say 26.6. But when the Minister of Energy met the World Bank earlier this year, met the World Bank earlier this year, he put their losses around 31%.
Yeah, but my point is, if we know this challenge near Persia, so I said in America, at the last time I checked, not PURC benchmark near 19, but that was that was before, that was before 2018. When we are reviewing it, we want the company to do better. Why do we raise that benchmark for them?
You are right. You are perfectly right. But you see, there's a challenge to that. And I'll tell you, you see, you realize that ECG tells you that, look, the only reason why I am not able to meet your benchmark that you give me, for example, technical loss, is because we need a shareholder because the shareholder is government of you know, so we need a shareholder to invest in infrastructure, because to modernize, because most of their equipment are obsolete. That's what they will tell you. They will tell you that we share investment over the period of time. Even they cannot even, in terms of the operational cost, they don't even meet it properly. It is for the shareholder to take a decision that, look, this is what I'm going to do. And indeed, as part of the effort to reduce the benchmark, you know, if PRC had given them 3 years to be able to take it from 21 to something, I don't know the number, to be able to take it to that. As part of it in this Compact 2 at the end of and the Compact 2, the 190 million was directly to address issues of technical losses. Was to address the issues of technical losses. So it's a question of the shareholder. Shareholder will also take a decision. Say, look, if these are the things that we are doing, there are two things. Either you just say that all losses of ECG should be added to the PURC tariff structure, and that will pay for it. Or else, you as the shareholder, you must look for money and give it to ECG.
And give it to them. Okay.
But in doing that, you must also have a situation there. Also, management who say you must also run the business because it's a limited liability company. How come that? No, let me ask you. How come that GOIL can do well as a limited liability company and ECG cannot do well? And there's a reason for it.
No, but the difference with GOIL and
the difference is that the difference is that you have private people owing about 40-something% of the shareholders.
Absolutely, in GOIL.
And so there are some behavior you can put in as management. What you are saying. But this one there, it is 100% government owned.
Yes.
And to make sure that your private business, your young private business, so the question I'm making is that it is the type of management. And look, I am not personalizing anything. You know that just a few months back, the ECG senior staff came and they were against their ECG boss because they said that he didn't have the competence to do a board, executive
MD.
Chief executive MD. Because we get up, we just pick people, we don't know where they are coming from. By virtue of the fact that they can flash the right card, party card, you bring in the person to come and run a utility that is worth about 22 billion Ghana cedis.
Yeah, but that's what we've all done over the years. I mean, the challenge has always been with the fact, the president would appoint board members. The same president would appoint the managing director. But you
see what you do. Let me tell you. Check under, and I'm big business here. Check under the NDC. All the ECG bosses came from within. They were top management people.
Yeah, but nothing changed with the management, and you have problem with the ECG management over the years.
The point I'm pressing here, and I agree with you. Point I'm pressing here is, first and foremost, we must look for competence. Two, we must also ensure if you want the board, if you want the managing director to be properly supervised, let his appointment come from the board.
Absolutely.
Then he travel to the board because they supervise him. But if I know that you as a board member, your appointment came from the president, my appointment came from the president, who are you to supervise me? Tell me today whether the board can actually fire the current MD. They can't if the Akufo-Addo says no.
Ekosiise On Asempa.
Yeah, now sir, the point, what I want you to appreciate, Bawa, and it's a sana situation over the years. And if we think, say, as a country, you see a GOIL model now, then we have a conversation around it. Because one other thing, union raised here at the time, and they say, even only specific tenure of office. I remember, say, Edua Mankwa by MD. And even under the NDC ATS, Edua Mankwa came, Hatin Mensah came, your friend is saying, the last procurement director, MD, Jamina also came. All within a space of 6 years, there were 3 managing directors. Which company in the world can operate efficiently when you have this happening?
So myself and you have the same conversation. Yes. We agree on one thing. That look, let's begin to start looking at our SOEs, particularly in the energy sector, which is very burdened with debt. That we should look at our SOEs. Let's have deliverables. Let's have deliverables. Present those deliverables to an advertised advertising shortlist. In the next 5 years, for example, ECG's technical losses supposed to currently is around 26.6%. We want that in the next 5 years, you should at least half the losses, bring it to 23%. What do I say? We want you to do X, Y. No one way. If the person doesn't meet it at the end of the 5 years,
then you sack the person. I agree with you. I know you are agreeing.
No job.
Yeah.
I say this because you see the utility. You are talking about a sector that has a debt that is almost reaching around $12 billion in the energy sector. How much is our GDP? What is the size of our GDP? Then you have just, and I'm telling you, the energy sector alone can collapse government, can collapse the state. And we do not see it, and all we do is to play around it. All we do is to play around it.
Ma say, you best about being Kobobio. Why? I appreciate your time so much. In the Edward Bauer MP Bongo constituency. But let me speak to a former board member of ECG. Now, on one side, a deputy energy minister at the time, a power minister, John Jenapo, member of parliament, Yape Kosogo, ranking on the energy and mines committee in Ghana's parliament. Honorable John Jenapo, Apomi Edie. Fantastic. Auditor General's report and the details in the EFA meter procurement from 2014 Erbano. Were you shocked?
Oh, Edward Bowers, I think that he has set a lot of the issues within the right perspective in a non-partisan manner, and I think the minister, one of these issues came up. Firstly, let me lay this clear. As much as possible, we shouldn't procure meters from outside Ghana. That's the first thing. Because that time, not T&D, I established assembly plant for high electrometer. All the other companies were establishing their own manufacturing plants here in Ghana. Admittedly, at the beginning, senior Mokano, now meters maybe were challenges. And it's normal. Look, take the automotive industry, take whatever. Once you decide that you want to do local content, you will normally not get the best initially. There will be teething challenges, let me admit. Until Mekaisa electrometer in particular, ECG had raised some issue. So almost installing now and almost some small technical challenges. And I remember writing to them that they should engage them. Not say mistakes and errors they will correct it, and that will also guide them moving forward. Normally, what the minister does is to formulate policy. What a board does is to approve what management has done.
Asempa FM.
Sometimes the board no comes to meet management. MD and Sana board. And here for another discussion. But I'm saying that once you decide to call local, you won't look as about some meters we a minimum of 50% from Ghana.
Yes.
I wrote that letter to them. Said don't buy, even though scanning from Brucheba, I supplier's credit, that supplier must be prepared to give ECG and the local companies 50% of that facility. And naturally, there will be some issues. One say, it takes all this number of years, INTME and resolve here. But what should the audit report? I don't know how the auditors did their work. I have some knowledge in auditing. Your 2017 figures, it's about 30 million. Have you looked at the table?
Yeah, 2017.
Table 8. That if you bought meters in 2017,
yes.
In 2018, there will be some in stock.
Of course, but 2017.
I'm not questioning the
2017 dates. 26th June 2017, 31st March 2017, Mehu 31st March.
31st of 12 2017. That's December.
Yeah, that's December.
12 million.
12 million. Yes.
And that should not be surprising. Should that be surprising to you, having been in this industry? Say you procured meters on the 31st of December 2017. You did an audit in 2018. Some of the meters are there. Yes, it might touch on some level of efficiency because their concern is that old stock Nensanya.
But
I will not be surprised that, yes, the 2014, 2015 ones, let's look at them. But 2017 December, I mean,
we are auditing 2018 there. It's most likely some of them will be around.
Yeah, and I was just 2014. If let me just open the doc 227. 1 minute here. Total amount in here 801,000 cedi.
Asempa FM.
Yes. Out of 1,620 something.
Yes.
Over 1,200 had been used already. And normally all these meters, there's some 10% margin there. you might have to engage the suppliers because you are buying about 1 minute about 1,600 and something meters. Challenge kakra. So I think the auditor should be engaged. I don't know what kind of management they have. Say in a technical field such as ECG, you normally don't audit it with the approach of a financial audit. Say the audited bank. There are some allowances that you engage. But I'm saying that during my time, I recall electrometer issue coming and directing ECG say yes, don't import. Even if the locals have problems, engage them. But there are procedures when I was on the board. First of all, customer service for you need meters. That is the first point. We require meters. Then the technical side.
Asempa
FM. Something like a pre-audit B. Then procurement at the request. Then me, and when I was on the board, remember, so we always say, go and do competitive tender among the local companies. What they will do is say, for instance, let's take cables. You have tropical cable. You have Nexans. Now you have what's the other one? Oh, Mamedian. I'll remember. Railroy.
Yeah.
They will tender. When they tender, the lowest you pick that one, and then share it 40, 30, 30. So even when the lowest wins, no, Ubema 20 and 10 be to the others now at the lowest price, so that they can still survive.
Of course.
It was a deliberate policy to keep the local companies in the system, and admittedly to come with small challenges. Almost supplier in the process of supplying, you visit their factory to inspect product. Over the product in the you inspect the product. Normally, LC, you don't pay upfront, and they give you a certain guarantee. In stages and in badges. In the asset, when the meters meet the specific requirements and based on the contractor, then management will do the payment. So anything that happens post 2016, I will not be there to tell you exactly. But this is the procedure. Even when the meters are faulty, ECG must not incur those losses. The supplier must ensure that the supplier bears the burden, even if it's a local company.
I think the surprise, at least by the Auditor General, from reading the report, no share the nature, the tone of the report now. For example, and because on our board, so before 2017, we will stick with 2014, 2015, 2016 procurement of meters. It is alpha 2014, dear Bakwa. Single phase split meter. Last date of issue, 16th April 2014. Almost say current quantity balance was 4,457. And almost remark and say usage stopped. And these meters are there, they are not being used. And 2015. Over 34,000 meters were procured. 1 pH smart electric energy meter. And so and I must say, only 3,855 were issued. It is a auditor be a kono who said the first thing is say meters when we had 2014 ye new sui. Why do we procure more? Ye tres kana we numpono the omo deliver about 3,000 per out of 34,000. 2015, we still went ahead to procure more. 2016, we procured more. What was the board doing?
Look at the kind of meters you are looking at. One is usage stopped. It's like when you are moving from analog to digital.
Yes.
If you are moving from analog to digital, you stop using analog. The backlog you have, and if you've done supply chain management, you have to keep a certain stock at each stage. Until once you are moving, you can't use them again.
Yes.
That is clear. Two, I'm saying that if it is the fault of the supplier, ECG must not incur that cost. And when I was a board member, it is this same Auditor General that approves the external auditors. And they insist that every 4 years you must change the external auditors. If I recall as a board member, auditors even though some of the board members thought that they were doing a good job, they were changed. I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
I get you.
I'm also saying that in an efficient system, the Auditor General must not wait till 2018 to be raising issues about 2014. Don't you think there's a problem there? That something that is supposed to have happened in 2014 is being raised and being dealt with in 2018. Since report Ibaya, I've made some calls, and ECG must come clear on this matter. ECG must come very clear on this matter, because I'm told, say, from 2016-17, these issues were largely dealt with, and they were supposed to use the meters. So why would you keep the meters and procure new ones? Admittedly, those that they stop usage, which is like the 4,000, I can understand. Maybe technology is taking you to another level, because you want prepayment meters where you can use your phone to probably buy credit. You should be able to know your credit through smart metering and all that, because we have moved from normal prepayment meters to smart metering.
Smart metering now, yes.
So certainly some of these things will happen. But this should be a lesson for all of us, because like I said, if you discount the 30-something million happened between only in 2017 alone, because 2017 you have 2 million, 14 million, 12 million, 1 million, another 1 million. And it's a huge amount that every competent management should have drawn the auditor's attention. Say, please. Within 1 year, these things they do happen. So don't make it an issue. I don't know the response they gave them. I wasn't there. The other one I mentioned is that when I was there was an issue with electrometer meters.
Yes.
And I wrote to them, say, engage the contractor. It had to do with batteries. Also, some of the smart meters, backup need to store information. No, engage them, let them work on the batteries, and then you continue with the Ghanaian company instead of importing. Like, I've left office, I'm not there, and I can't tell. But ECG must not incur any loss because a company or supplier has failed to meet its side of the obligation.
JJ, may I not say, I'll come back to you. We are waiting for, because I'm also reliably informed, say, the electricity company of Ghana is preparing a response, and if
fantastic, and I know the person who was in charge of some of these procurements, and then he sits on the ECG board. It is even good. The person directly in charge of customer service today sits on the current ECG board.
The board or the management?
The board. He was part of management.
Okay.
Today, I'm told that he's a board member. All of us try to seek clarification, even though you are not there. So why is this happening? Why has this not been done? What is the state? I think ECG must come clear on this matter. And like Bauer said, it should also guide us as a country. How we even administer state-owned agencies in this country. It's also very, very important.
May I now say, you best said in Comobio, into John Jalapo and your train in Kano, or your ranking member on the Mines and Energy Committee in Ghana's Parliament, member of Parliament for the Yape Kosogo constituency. Ekosiisen Sune, a high Asempa FM. Time permitting, you best go back to the Deputy Roads Minister, and I'm told, say, Waba Ahomanos in the young Claire Tema Motorway project, no, and coming from Honorable Stephen Pambin Jalula. Honorable, me just say the Ahomanumu eye. Fantastic.
Everyone has a network, no.
Okay. Mate, yadase. So wasanyaji and subio. In the end, you know, now which why a minority ne call say Munshana contract for Tema Motorway interchange, Tema Motorway project no Munchem.
Okay. Yes, so minority is in but there's no basis for that particular call because social agreement now Ghana Highways Authority for as an implementing agency name multi-angel for call, there were three conditions you I said the almost minority for say every international business transaction before parliament, say the backup for approval from cabinet and for parliamentary approval. So you do financing cry and young thing. So after in a year sika and a Ghana infrastructure investment fund and as you see almost coaching aqua pesca at the abba na no ya. So sanity.
Na sir omo kwa pesca. Okay, omo kwa pesca target bis your money so and omo kwa pesca
Sikano tentatively no Sikano is $570 million and omo kwa pe anopa no metini ranking member no cancer na 4,800 sama na ye future PPP arrangement no but see no ekosro akọ 570 sanity consultants no ye omo ejuma no west no kwa na ye 480 million no na say obi on nim contract mo no enim say ye wo bibi a ye friend general items cost and a your contingency are normally 25%. So then you know the couple and I'm see no tentatively no they share around $570 million.
$570 million for into where you know yeah share Tema Motorway we are told say a 27-kilometer stretch. Apart from the whole Siciano, a damn you about the new one we want a born yes no.
Usha to see no say almost design a treasure you benya 2-lane dual carriage and concrete at 19.5 kilometers. That's from the I am say the current motorway no you benya expressway be a 2-lane 2 be not 2 aba na no want to mean branch of the road on that particular dual lane. After so you better another additional 3 lanes on both sides. I don't know urban highway. I don't know but me so a branch of the motorway no. And now 5 interchanges and the current Taxation interchange. It will be remodeled. And after there were 14 pedestrian footbridges. So. Ocha ekwano de omo be no point. Said the be traffic in Africa.
Also interchanges no you're saying?
5
interchanges on the Tema Motorway. The 27 kilometer
motorway. Motorway no kwan there 19.5 kilometers. Beyond that, you know, kwa kwasi Apenkwa junction. So nyina aka wona akwasuru akwadu
ekwa kwasi Apenkwa junction.
Mpatwan.
Na say minimum so say there is project omampanyi kate sword for. I no etwemu akwa pram ho ne ade. Ni nyina aka we ho.
Me currently mean on the one you just spoke about. But I mean, way no, 27 kilometers up and interchange to Motorway interchange. Runabout.
In the Apenkwa junction to Motorway runabout. Now at Waswaba, Accra Mall, Tatakwashi interchange, right? And no, they can 570 million way hono. Okay, now. Motorway no into on the motorway itself no how many interchanges now also stretch in na 5
yes motorway so no after you document in some to see about me kai say
Asempa FM
junction benyebi Lashibi junction benyebi and Taxation link road so benyebi we na me kai say new interchanges no be koso.
Oh okay into because the minorities call for the abrogation of the contract, no, about raising the issue of cost, the issue of say parliament any ademo more approval. How would you respond to that, especially the issue of cost, no?
Cost, no, dear. My culture say the minority for equity no, the west cost say consultant let's say a cano. Juma no be 480, but OSHA contracting and our contract with more additional costs. I am very legitimate. I hope that any consultant be on the catcher. So with regards to the cost, maybe a sound America. And agreement no more cars for Parliament. We are on course to go to Parliament for approval. Obviously, international transactions here want to me enter without the approval of Parliament. So you have a it's also a precondition. You cannot put a Parliament Bobua, not just a regional maso. You cannot so moment you then that means that the agreement will become effective. So sanity, we need infrastructure in the country, and the best way to do is what we are doing now. Almost try several times on the years after and almost free. So solve the infrastructure problem no be and from Ghana for
okay, but must sign design and contract agreement with Motor Angel.
Yes, I'm trying.
And on the core Parliament.
And none na yet can want them no. Obi. And I came to my main fan source to say, Yamibua, Sunday, Minister of Roads, the boss, they addressed the press on this particular issue. Then all the.
I'm not too sure, sir. My question is answered. The design and contract agreement with Motor Angel, no, and also your international agreement, Eco Parliament.
And no, me say, and no more, and your preconditions, no. But what you here? Say, for now, I am going to say, contract, no, a change. What you here? And effective. Because there was a moment being see and stand a contract not effective.
Yeah, but at least what you see contractor, in this case, Motor Angel, meboa.
Sanity.
And
agreement from PPA. Say yes, so sorted.
For Motor Angel, the no. In Mumu understanding, no, the financial agreement, the Mumu na call Parliament. In the contract for the design, Nadia, no, Munyi Nisa was saying, call Parliament.
Sanity. And even within that agreement, and I had the action say, and sana contract no be ye jumano. This is ye konya parliamentary approval.
There is a quote attributed to the ranking member. Ranking member, ne say, and me kaya maona yaje o reaction on that. Or say, the NDC is not against government developing infrastructure. The government of Ghana owes Ghanaian contractors who work on roads almost close to 8 billion Ghana cedis. And if you are no longer going to get support financially from Motor Angel to do this project, then what is the essence of signing a design and contract agreement illegally with Motor Angel? 27 kilometers of road work can be done by Ghanaian contractors. So we are calling on the minister to abrogate that illegal contract with Motor Angel. They are not qualified. PPA never gave the authorization to sidestep Parliament. They only said you can go sole sourcing. This contract is illegitimate. It is not binding on Ghana. And then I'll be coming.
All right. And them say contractors ya domoka. No cause ya start to say ya more because you are setting up road fund board. And you know ya gusto a car the local contractor.
Ekosiisen On Asempa.
And oche yensua PPA DNO make us so my approval say you bet we are contracted Motor Angel. One country yes say my fan call Parliament. And nunti and already shame say you bet call Parliament akwaji approval for this particular project. And you know Sanet here.
Yeah, but na say me bacho honorable. The spirit behind Article 181 no and kase PPMA approval you can sign a contract and design agreement with a company and I believe that company will start working. Why would you want to get a company to start working and sign a work of Parliament?
Obi me no kase company name party ejuma. The kanu kra maaye Sikano wa him for a conference the year, Juma. It is when we get approval from cabinet and parliament. Now after so Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund not to me ko amanoniko pe busia ba and contractors no be strategy. So contractor be strategy. Yes, sign some contract. No say they be ya contractors no. Omo be ka Ghana. Now
Ekosiise On Asempa FM.
No more ye juma na maye. So juma be answer here. And after so they did a lot of evaluation of companies who put in bids before they settled on Motor Angel because of our technical ability. Then them local contractors were hot here. But this particular project, would they say Kenya had only 27 kilometers. So that means there is a huge 27 kilometers complex project. What you are here?
Yes.
Here.
Okay. In Tiziciano, Motor Angel, no, a contract has been signed, a design and you're kind of saying a design contract has been signed with them. Says you see, and the animal sign, but I'm on chain. Ye copeska, ye peria, now if you're baba started.
Obisa pepe
Inti say a basse of a more parliament eventually. Agreement then I'm on parliament.
Young fan say. Commercial agreement, you know,
Asempa FM.
Parliament, because we are going to burden Ghana with additional debt. Now, I was say the representatives of Ghanaians will decide whether we should do that or not.
On Asempa FM.
I didn't know more requesting sole sourcing with this company. I didn't hear.
No, and when America say more technical abilities, you know. Okay, and yes. Know-how, no. It's not young fan has been previous. And no beer was a technical
more special skill be a company be any we are seeing.
No, me can't, but those who be interested in coming to do the job. I say companies they could even be bigger than Motor Angel, but they are not in the country presently. But what they are here. No more had that. Now I'm first on better copium. If I do, I better to the say, with that technical ability.
Ejuma road band my Ghana had that. Which road?
No, me Omanya Ejuma Ghana, but almost a South African company.
And so, how did we evaluate or more scale the competence?
And then I make us say engineers, technical people now are evaluating or more.
Wow. Okay. Honorable inti you be train mo move free tour ne ba na ye di nkomo ye. Why?
Sunday mo say me minister will address a press conference. Yeah, mo ba mo benya all the details.
Mate, me da se papa. Inti that's the Deputy Roads and Highways Minister, Honorable Stephen Pambin Jalula and Moten. And we are told sir the Accra Tema Motorway said in RXCD the design life. It was constructed in 1964. Now the scope of the new project includes expansion of the lanes, and the artist said 5 for her. The scope of the project includes expansion of the lanes, new interchanges, said the Honorable Akano, 5 new interchanges, and remodeling of the Tetekwasi interchange to remove traffic bottlenecks on the corridor for the benefits of road users. And these are some of the new changes Abeba Ewo Equino. So in fact, this story I'm reading, it says the Ministry of Roads and Highways, Emma, initial response to the press conference of the minority in Parliament, said the attention of the Ministry of Roads and Highways has been drawn to a press conference by the NDC caucus in Parliament on Wednesday, January 13th, 2021, calling for the abrogation of the Accra Tema Motorway expansion contract signed between the government of Ghana and Motor Angel Engineeria e Construcao Africa or SA. Okay, that's South Africa. The ministry wishes to state without equivocation that the assertions and conclusions made by the NDC caucus in Parliament do not represent the accurate status of the contract. Okay, and they said here, Honorable Akan, you're trying Sunday what the ministry would put out, and then would have further conversations around this. Ekosiise saying so ni. High Asempa 94.7 FM. Make us say a member of parliament has joined us in studio. Now, Unya MPD, I would him say some of these issues will come about. There is this other story. A Motorway expansion contract not fully awarded yet. Road Ministry replies minority. And there's a very current one, August 12, 2021 story. The Ministry of Roads and Highways has asked Ghanaians to ignore claims by the minority in Parliament that the ministry failed to follow due process in the award of the Accra-Tema Motorway expansion contract. The minority had accused the Roads Minister, Kwesi Amoakwata, of flouting the constitutional provision which requires international business and economic transactions to be ratified by Parliament by sidestepping the House in the contract award under the cloak of approval from the Public Procurement Authority. Addressing the media on Wednesday, ranking member on Parliament's Roads and Transport Committee, Govins Kwame Agboja, indicated that the contract as it stands is illegal and not binding on Ghana. And I think I've read Nain's seminar, Wake Kanibi, but in response, the public relations officer of the Roads Ministry, Nasir Ahmed Yate, said government has not yet signed any contract to that effect. Quote, "We are not going to commence any project for now. When we are ready with a financial contract, it will first go through Parliament for approval. The ministry is a very responsible one and will do everything according to the law," he assured. The agreements are in two parts, the commercial and the financial. The financial agreement will have to go through Parliament. Without the financial agreement, there will be no money to commence the project. The commercial agreement is what the ministry entered into in December last year. It is after we have got a financier for the project and entered into a financial agreement that the agreement will be taken to Parliament for Parliament to scrutinize and approve of it before the project can commence. And he said the project is expected to commence in December this year. Okay. Meanwhile, the Association of Road Contractors has welcomed calls for the contract to be given to local contractors. Similar concerns were raised by the minority about the $570 million Accra-Tema Motorway expansion contract in January 2021. Interesting details as far as the story is concerned. But me ba honorable ata ye hwe nim say honorable Okobo nso ba beka yen ho na afei ye de yen komo no etumi ahyehye so de yen ma lower menya krobo member of parliament akwa honorable akwa bet saying bibi aboko constituency boko there super me ji say roads in some way interest wo pa
very well because in fact amakwata ni minister bakwa say question so ba uko your hands up no the number of times the ministers about parliament about answer questions or no
wabapa
yes
and then someone
seriously.
After this we'll get into the conversation. Stay with us.
Thank you.
Sembetimi atomi ametrata enam sika menye free me harvest mu afinti yara beta papa no miura yes no afei na ye be yiskafo pa yes yeska bia eja mutiri nko ye tidase okuani bia da yeso na be mu amamu no na me so me de ni metumi edu sam pempenso we se wote se meka yara beta crop lift bow ai eye foliar fertilizer e what nutrients it is NPK e bi zinc ne boronum ya ebuama enobaye su yi Wubit me the Yara Vita, egugu crops ahodo te say tomatoes, meko, mango, ekutu ni cereals so. Me wife kura ni mu. Ya simple. Yara Vita, wo huna enye ya. Wubit me the afra agrochemical foforo, e dia boss spray, agi herbicides, any weedicides pe enenka ho. Woye Yara Vita, say be ya fertilizer no kura betimi awura leaves anasan haba no nyina mu amobia ayi na dwuma yie. Na menye bia to he. Wubenya Yara Vita, crop lift bow, e wo accredited dealers. O Ghana for na nyina. Dodo afra Yara Ghana 0302 779 854.
In your Asempa FM.
So if this sound corner when him aqua taps full safe now. Tell me about Udini Debiano. Aqua
Aquatap Full Safe. And I'm a door. What's the radio?
Almost also Aquatap's water purification tablets. Omwa, Omondi Ebulu Munsio, Efomunsio, Sunsio, Enusia, and Wanti, Edia Wanda Dedum, Enfa or Haubia Embre. Some Quadens with Mapomidin so in here, yepa. And Antinato Aquatap surface disinfectant. Yet me the paper surfaces beer, Emma and Woti. Nanti hotels, restaurants, hospitals, sachet water manufacturers, and if you film, Aquatap's Abama Mose, and be doing it will form for Health Top Up Services Limited. That was 050-169-4275 Kumasi, and 020-907-7726 Accra, and 024-459-3381 Koforidia. Ubenya Aquataps were pharmacies, drugstores, and supermarkets. FDA AG Ejedi Nkratui Atum.
The big leagues are back, and DSTV is where all the football action is at. Enjoy live matches weekly from the best leagues in the world. We're talking the Premier League, La Liga, Serie A, the Europa League, and the UEFA Champions League. That's Salah, Kane, Haaland, Bruno, Lukaku, Suarez, Messi, CR7 all week, every week. Get it all from just 49 Ghana cedis per month and experience football that can't be beaten on DSTV.
You're welcome to the only accessible, durable, affordable, yet quality showroom with you and the family in mind. We guarantee your fun in the house. For your kitchen, cook your favorite dish, warm your best food, blend all kinds of fruits, and when your clothes are dirty, wash them with ease. We sell the world's best electronic products, home blenders, electronic irons, air conditioners, televisions, laptops, freezers, gas cookers, and any electronic you can think of. Low price masters. We are accessible in Ghana, Kumasi, Swami, Takrady, Market Square, Keta, adjacent Ketasco, near the PWD, Asempa FM Roundabout, Hohoy, opposite Vodafone Office, La Paz, Accra, Bambolino, opposite Access Bank, Ho, opposite Main Market, Sunyani, opposite the court at Angel FM, Hamali, near La Mashegu Roundabout. We are active on social media, on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and Tonatone at lowpricemasters.com.gh, or check us out on our website at www.lowpricemasters.com.gh. Call us on 0247 693 634, 0561 997 179, and 0503 957 693. At Low Price Masters, we sell quality, affordable, and durable products.
It's me pan and me kita mi amike. Ecobank me damwase.
Sure, count and yo. Oh say Ecobank, yeah crazy.
Once you bet me cruise one kasa ukem. Esani Ecobank Auto Finance Package inti. Koyen cardless ahudu PI no one year juma baby ah. Yika da wakumaso. Say a new car, say yes second hand. Ewa ye mouse special discount. Ecobank side and she share pabe bua with your car no kenyina. Your mount interest rate and bua from cry. Ebe bring when so. Oh, so when your accounts work bank money how cry. Sa kwenye da homo bia. NTN so saka no da keke. Abebwe. Preto free 0800 003 225. Anasa kwa Ecobank nkrabata bebia nebusa Ecobank Auto Finance Package. Esi check akra wo. Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
Auntie Stella, Matisse fertilizer bia basa na so wa unim say assassin nyina wu nti say use chemical fertilizer bebre and send ultimate bibiase.
Uncle Paul, fertilizer for bia ba e Concept Green Agro Organic Fertilizer. Sisi adie enua na obi use.
Sa Concept Green Agro Organic Fertilizer no wo use a e ma assassin mu adwo fom en na no bae no so anya ho dia adwuma e ma crops no enyi fonfonfo asodoso.
And Paul, say kwa fom use a e ma ndoba ye bebre ye from. Concept Green Agro Organic Fertilizer poison and chemical biara eni ema assassinu ye from ema banchi santoma kanibo akese ye obolo ema ebronsu ye from kama eyema cocoa, cashew, mango, any crops biara planting for food and jobs for ag fertilizer yi atu mubenye biato agrochemical shop biara mu penu dudon so a mu friend number yi
Sema 0243 378962 Accra 0243 193124.
Concept Green Agro Organic Fertilizer Aquaba.
benunko na fofo no mbra ehraso sa wo level up ewo yen sama de to yimu ma wo office level up ewo adesua mu level up wo fie da copy Ghana krobata bia mu beta de ne nenya office akona ye da to ye brands ahodo te se LG Samsung Tecno any nema bi no so faso promotion we etoma de kosi September boso me ne da to so aduonu nkron me 29 September na se wo won kan anytime potem dia ye ma free delivery ewa di bia obeto ewa ye online www.compugana.com try your WhatsApp ewa 0243 143 143 Compugana, passion for technology.
It's me pan and me kita mi amike. Ecobank me damase.
Shy, count the new.
Oh say Ecobank, ye cruising. Once bet me cruise one kasa ukem. Esani Ecobank auto finance package nti. Koyen card dealers ahudu PI no one ye adwuma baby a. Ye ka da wakoma so. Say new car, say ye second hand. Ehwa ye mouse special discount. Ecobank side nhihye pa be boa mo etua ka ne ukemina. Ye mouse interest rate ani boa from cry. Ebe bring when so. Oh, so when your accounts work bank and money how cry. Sa kwenye da homo bia. NTN so saka no da ekeke. Abebwe yi. Preto free 0800 003 225. Anasa kwa Ecobank nkura bata bebia na busa Ecobank Auto Finance Package. Esi so kakra wo ho. Ecobank, the Pan African Bank. Hey, ye dey my pay. Young as me share shame. Hey, no young go to scansion. Ento asase a Thomas Mudi wo ho, Convulate Properties. Wo do ha. Ekita 7,500, 15,000 pa. Ebenya asase kama, ekwatema. Come to 24 next ho. Ana Apollonia, e wonya wo twitwa asase wo ho. Wo asase e wo twitwa ton 7,500. Wo amasaman, Shy Hills, Ochebreku be na Apollonia. One head office ni. Ahia watula ku he ya. Medina so yanyi nisi pharmacy opposite Kaswa your Capital City watuntana asaso afienya esichari Tripoli onye dewenya
Willie Properties ahaya na metomata
for Willie Properties 0244 756984 and 020-230-9996 Willie Properties where genuine lands are sold.
Jack, OneXBet app now Bama Android ne iPhone users. Now not betting na yo coco crowd. Who should games I won't bet. Who to be both virtuals. Sounds so bet ya who to me pen so. OneXBet about betting I am dead to me gonna go download the OneXBet app on my website so onexbet.com.g. If you so I say na we pay account no. Kinda use promo code Radio GH. OneXBet. That's via we hope. Download one true to channel wa she yi ma wa won di if you do what. Training commissioner Jim Kato we out to
Asempa FM.
Ensu mankwa, ensu yenkwa. Nom awake purified drinking water. Abujun swa eyekroji. Ensu ne ma wa hodede tena ho abribia. Kai say awake bottle ba ko bia wo beto no. Ye yisika kakra de kon National Cardiothoracic Center. Awake purified drinking water. One for life.
For bulk purchase, contact 0262 351 251.
Enkratoi FD ahwehwemagia tumseye.
Get digi with it. 924 hash. Get digi with it. 924 hash. On your mark, ready, set, let's go. CB, G Mobile, USSD, Young Co. Star 924 hash. Panko the go. Smartphone no, young phone no. Ever fire money transfer. For 3 water bill. For 3 light bill. Factor credit. Star 924 hash. You deserve it. Let's go. Get digi with it. 924 hash. Get digi with it. 924 hash.
CBG is empowering you to get digi with CBG Mobile. Simply dial star 924 hash and get digi with it. CBG, we stand with you.
That was so ne macho medi Mira. Diana udisa. Hey, na malaria na fahi amuto aware momonia gisano.
Adom malakio mixture ewo hoi. Malaria ent na yeso nchew.
Ye kwa ye test ebi mu pe enyenum adom malakio mixture. Eni gina malaria, body weakness, tiredness, shim ye nyina ho atoye ntam kura. Na adom natural tonic a esisi ha yisu ye.
Adom natural tonic nenso. Yenum to ya yentimi nidie. Eno na yanum bi edidi a.
Asempa FM.
Adom natural tonic. Minye ni na mintimi nidie. Menum bie bono me taisa. Mo hwa efe pa ene ya mepe biato ni nyina apemfo abatan ya wo mo manufo ne kwada wo ni fie dunsi anka ho e wo pharmacies chemical ne herbal shops dodo a ko dependable herbal home Medina New Road Greenhouse anane branch e waka so opposite there to international school 024 2223 555
FDA ahwehwe sa ejedi enkrato emu age atum se eye.
Hey lala didi lala wa wari asodie no me de yemia Africa Queen Mackerel bonejuma wo sesen Africa Queen Mackerel leader wati ase owunia se wo de ye aduane e danson tomato sauce na egu no so e rich e pisa wo enti e ma aduane ne de strong kon enam no so semuma na me twese na mponko a wo beti ase wo be check so e grade 1 na me say se me twakwa me nkwan na me tubugu mu a ato ne terms so honey oba papa oyuma Lejo. Nature say, jollof, curry photo, rice and stew, and piscine gravy day. Africa Queen Mackerel ni mo. Intimi now. Africa Queen Mackerel. Shawenum keke, nam papa no.
Africa Queen, shawenum keke.
Hey, Obeda. Koda. Emano siden cry. This advert is FDA approved, not recommended for lactating mothers, pregnant women, and children under 15.
It's me pan and me kita mi amike. Ecobank me damase.
Sure, count the new.
Oh say Ecobank, ye crazy. Wonso bet me cruise we wan kasa ukem. Esani Ecobank auto finance package nti. Koyen card dealers ahudu PI no won ye adwuma baby a. Yika eda wakoma so. Say ye new car, say ye second hand. Ehwa ye mouse special discount. Ecobank side nhihye pa be boa mu etua ka ne ho kanyina. Ye mouse interest rate ani boa from cry. Ebe bring when so. Oh, so when your accounts work Ecobank money how cry. Sa kwenye ye da ho mo bia. Enti enso sa ka no ho da keke. Abebu awie. Preto free 0800 003 225. Anasa kwa Ecobank nkura bata bebia na busa Ecobank auto finance package. Esise kakra wo ho. Ecobank, the Pan African Bank.
Franco Trading Enterprise still phone Papa Fie, Samsung nie, Nokia nie, iPhone nie, say your printers, mobile phone, accessories. Franco Trading Enterprise afa ono ani TV, digital television set, this satellite, any ultra panels, abomuma.
Franco Trading Enterprise. Ewo Facebook, sa uko Franco Trading Enterprise page. Na se likes no 100,000. Eyo mwa, eni omunidra. Sa asu na www.francotrading.com. Android app, Franco Trading. Instagram, at Franco Trading. Na nipa body for dosunti. Franco, the Momo pay code number 189480.
Your branches on the Bebre Wagana baby. Nemo head office on the Twaya Dabraka opposite Roxy Cinema.
Hacho, Franco, any Accra station, any MTN the DNM. Also, what by Ecobank, Accra, opposite Menaba building, and a La Paz and Suye opposite Tema station.
And our prayer numbers in Nani and Chauntum 0246 422 338 and 0546 133 188. Franco Trading Enterprise. Still, phone Papa Fie. And you're not going.
Yara Ghana. Ne famu shachirana. Semetimi atomi ame trata. Enam sika me nye free me harvest mu afinti. Yara beta. Pardon no.
Mira.
Yes or no.
Afei na ye be sika for pa.
Yes, yes, Kavia.
Eja mutiri nko.
Yeti dance.
Okrani biada eso na be mu amamu no. Na me so me de ni metumi edu sam pempeso we.
Se what say meka Yara beta crop lift bow.
Ai.
A foliar fertilizer. Fertilizer e what nutrients. It is NPK e be zinc ne boron ya ebuama enobaye su yie.
Wo betimi di Yara Vita egugu crops ahodo te say tomatoes, meko, mango, ekutu ni cereals so.
Me wife kura ni mu. Ya simple. Yara Vita wo hu na enye ya. Wo betimi di afra agrochemical foforo e di boss spray. Agi herbicides. Any weedicides pe enenka ho. Wo Yara Vita. Say be ya fertilizer no kura betimi awura leaves anasa haba no nyina mu amobia ayi na dwuma yie.
Na menye bia to he.
Wo benya Yara Vita crop lift bow e wo accredited dealers. O Ghana fananyina. Dodo afre Yara Ghana 0302 779 854.
Chalikweku open. Oh nah. But you change your TV.
Oh yeah.
You know you tell me say you no get money.
How do you know the listen radio? Look, TCL introduced buy now pay later for both government and private salaried workers to pay back over 12 months.
Yeah. My free self spoil.
Yusuf, your matter long too much. Look, the deal they cover any appliance we want. TV, washing machine, fridges, home theater, Charlie, everything.
You sure? Hey. Charlie, I come. It be like I left my phone for house. I come. Buy any appliance and pay later through our partner banks, including Ecobank, GCB, SG Ghana, First Atlantic Bank, Abi National Savings and Loan, and you are good to go. Call us on 0556 913 298 or 0554 766 387 or visit tclghana.com. TCL, the creative life.
That was so ne macho medi
nura ya na udi sa eh na malaria na fa hia mutu aware amomoni agisa no adom malakio mixture ewo hoi malaria ent na yeso nchew
ye kwa ye test ebi wo mu pe anyanum adom malakio mixture ani gina malaria body weakness yo tiredness yo shum ye nyina ho atoye ntam kura
na adom natural tonic a esisi ha nso ye adom natural tonic nso ye num to ye a ye ntimi nidie eno na yanum bi edidi a ye ho tan ye sa no
adom natural tonic minya ni na me ntimi nidie menum bie bono me taisa
mo ho ayefe pa ene ya mepe biato
ni nyina apemfo abatan ya wo mo manufo ne nkwada wo ni fie dunsia nka ho e wo pharmacies chemical ne herbal shops dodo a ko dependable herbal home Medina New Road Greenhouse anane branch wa kaso opposite there to international school 024 2223 555
FDA ahwehwe sa ejedien krato mu agye atum se eye
on Asempa
Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Yeah. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. 94.7.
94.7 Asempa FM. So ni Ekosiisen Dwumadi no asugu so a utie no ma ye na munyina asem atwen ye ma yakọ assign so aba bi o make say ade a honorable Clayton Taylor be a studio hello amanya krobo member of parliament no on the ticket of the NDC Samson a former MP Lejokoko former deputy health minister Dr. Bernard Okoboy and so studio ha and International Youth Day, as many of you may be aware. Enra yene acting CEO of the National Youth Authority in Komoma Oboyemu and some of the activities are on my line up to celebrate this very, 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 very important day. And he explains in Ghana per laws and they are youth bracket near from 15 to 35, yes, 15 to 35. But of course, Ose, that's a mona
state of the mind. State of the mind. You full the state of the mind. Go baby no more go be 30 years. I who know because 90 years.
1 year more than 40 years or 2 years for you are now a giant.
Now a giant, you show.
And then I was Dominic Munin. I don't want to
Jackson need to
Branton and
Branton say,
yeah, my senior colleague or Casa, we are on 2 years. We are not just showing my youth.
Branton say,
but a very, very special occasion, of course. In the bracket under 44, no, Dr. Okoboy, honorable the Obro 40.
When you're 40, you know, that was 40.
No, under 40.
Under 40.
My goodness. 9. He's 40.
Okay, next week, your best certificate, remember.
In the under 44, and special day. Yeah. Doc, we youthful. Into maybe I'll start with you. We are now honorable DB Atoswama. Yes, now we're 2 years. How special, significant is this day for Dr. Okoboy?
Obi, first of all, no, Maminda Nyankoponasi say na dom no dos. Ama yenyu na yo ahodi ewie na Minda Nyankoponasi. Say wama adom no so ados bebre wo ya papa president so we share at the age of about 77
yes.
Na in fact we share ankeka ni awondi ni chese ni driver obi me can say me drew even 50 crown 60 na me was president ankeka na de bia asida na no Nyankopon na bibia etisa no esro na free enti da sida ma Nyankopon enye oman bia no wanya ne sa oman bi wo ha mu president 60 kra onya na nso onye that active enti da Nyankopon ase na me take the opportunity so na me nchia me senior telabi me bompa ese time obenya 70 no na say onya president ndi dia elema ya obetina lo amanya na your problem on crying na friend now at you obi micha way birthday Anthony Abe Fakabu.
Oh, okay.
Laura GZ.
Oh, okay.
Me brother,
former deputy roads and highways minister.
Exactly. In fact, very, very nice guy. Now that me call the constituency and I'm who say Ghana Krono super enemu ware
Laura
obi ebimu we bimachi we are michiano and our brother na bi nso.
Oh, okay.
Youth commander.
Yes.
And na bi there say o shia sami jefini and this youth commander na say
George
Opariado Pablo aha shomsa I don't say your commander ni na vim naba enti Pablo Sumichiano and Michia Honorable Samuel Abujinapo.
Yes.
Under 40s now, Omobo Jumapano, or count, and the Yankupon Edana Simano, or Mano wisdom, and a lot of insight. Na Jumana or Yeno, on ye now Obian who say, Bemu Udi, or Uriposi. Confidence on me. Could you upon
Chroma? Also, another under 40.
In fact, also under 40. Yeah, very proud.
Sami Ukuso under 40, right?
Saminso.
Yeah.
Sami, my name says Sami.
No, Sami
is just around either 40.
Sami should be 3839.
Yes.
3839.
Yes. It is Sami Suye. For Sami qualify and can honorable. Or two of you and some ba. Is it another idea? I know Biaga Baobi. You can take a Canadian baby say 2 or 4. I'm back. I'm back. Oh, me couple. Samuel, me catch you be say. Samuel call lottery see. Go for be winning. Ucha be winning.
Yeah.
Now,
make your council.
Yes. And secondly, no, Samuel my honor. Omo niamana akoni ama obia president anya ne hunije enti owi ene de youth no ye salute omo ba ndis muso a ya brother Samuel
okuje black wise under 40
senior opsec
yes
ti mami chano na ono so obomodin ono so ma youth no ye di kofa ohwa mia me brother lawyer Sami Jemfi ono so bomodi be ya mekoni propaganda no ya bebre na minim se o ko enim no law no be bebre na wa ma mafia no Asempa kakra at least e be say Pablo de no kra and a chief binding. Yes. Honestly, because our sister no, me church amita bonidi ka bonidi say no. As a chief, you know ye over 40 young. But say the body no say yes the youth. Into no say machana body paint. Na ni fie dia ko ni pa obi. Enti ewie obi. There wo honey say. Usha the word youth no. One of the things you find in youth energy. It's synonymous to Obia oye very occupy a lot of energy. Now energy no uye physics it must always be in some form or some shape and can only move from one shape or form to the other. And to me that was so if you turn a turbine, kinetic energy would move into either electrical or some thrust or Now once youth has energy no, you have to harness that energy. It can be for bad or for good. If you don't find it for a good purpose, automatically it can incline towards the bad purpose. Now, so youthful energy now, translating to that pure words. Dictionary now, proven like I say, the devil finds work
for the idle hands.
Now, me can't where I'm better than say, enuntina ejuma employment. So obe pay bia obi energy not be shame no, very very important. Meaning say. Nyankopon because yanya peaceful stable environment in this country over the years aban bia bomodin say obey bibi na I find the harness this energy na me can we know there have been 2 key programs under this government emma mini g aban no ho a ochine bi sa aban bi so here still mini beji no ho in fact and this aban betwem no why be in some shape but we share the magnitude send away sooner emma mini g pa ba ko napco program no Obi, Nation Builders Call, one policy I introduced at a go, it absorbed over 90,000 youth. Obi, easy. Now, youth, where I mean, kind is the most desperate and, in fact, what's the word? Obi, I'm mobile. I said the most, in fact, what's the word? The most sorrowful person you can meet. Obi, you're training, not doing any skill. To the tertiary level, Obi, why are idle because of in fact, it is very sorrowful. Now, Sebi, unko SS, na Sebi, ubi senkofo bibidi, and now you juma paka kaka. Sebi, and ukra unipanuka utia kaka se o skills undosu. But nipa ebi a wako nursing, and ebi a wako school ya training as a scientist, biomedical scientist, and I be I don't know how to mix medicines. I otinefi I only juma Obi, anu yeshi. Sanap kono. Meaning, say ampa obinya 700 a month, but obi 700 a month to me dressy free fee ekoba. Now me what if I share my life so me I've done all kinds of jobs. And to me the meeting obi to me free fee call and no cry is good news because obi any ejuma bia na udidi wo only pay on paper. Customer tips only say restaurants tips it more than even their salary almost every restaurant. Now restaurant obi about 5 cedi 10 cedi 5 cedi I don't know amount omo bo ano it me bibi. Enti Obi, today I World Youth Day no. Adi bakwa ye challenge youth. Ye di to aban bia what we are saying him say harness the energy of the youth by creating opportunities. Now apart from NAPCO no, we share this 1D 1FA. E adi e koso Obi. Ebe boa ma youth no, ye energy no be harnessed in a very nice way. Now say President call Bono Starch factory or him be or workers or see all the life ni dream ni say obenya industry bi won krom and koranus youth no sorry omenya baby akọ and o can be very powerful say when they get engaged their vices will go down boni be den be ko obi enye boni bia na e botaye abia ana obi a o say be ope boni aye o say come do pa na oni so briwa one sha sebi obi jamwa ana obi kraman ana obi goat one sha na wakofa na enu say I am justifying theft but obi say e come adu pay because those days in school there are days instead of learning no now we calculate say 2-3 days time no then obedi so hunger itself can cause you to think of
unconventional ways of surviving, and no can lead to tell. Today, aban way me encourage you. This one do one. If you be a turn also kasa preko. Wako be another factory. Before another buy no padlock no. It was formerly Georg. This was Paramount Distilleries. Sorry, Paramount. Yes, Paramount Distilleries. Tanoso. Exactly. Yeah. Obi, you see, policy. This is how. And Sebi, forgive me, but it's to all of us politicians. Because ni kra ni say ekosise tuma. Me as a politician, the only thing that makes me sleep, smile, and be happy is when through me, no, obit me juma me say way ni yiri ni mbani ni mami ni busuya for the next number of years. Oko boy through nyamiadum obet ma show. That's what gives me joy. So I am encouraged. I always challenge government to find very nice ways. This turn also where I'm making. How did it open under another government? It's because the government said, okay, ideally, normally, no, be a company, you have to pay taxes on the machinery, which you call the capital equipment or capital, how do you call it? Investment. Yes. Way. Obi, it's normal. I say you have to pay taxes because I buy the Yeska corporate tax in them. But I buy international. Say, you know what? Say Obi the factory call Ebi a Senegal. Come be the first of what can say mean cost in the Ghana. You exempting from all taxes on machinery. Yen go ahead exempting from taxes. Yen go ahead and facilitating acquisition of land. Yen go ahead until buy ye when you know Obi and all the two. Kasa prekotina was saying, look, me were plan to sprinters. But because of the audio banning, me be more tanoso. No ma aqua na the machinery at all. Obi. I was in the 7th parliament. The tax exemptions we gave Kasapa is one of the biggest that has ever gone to a private company. I stand to be corrected, but it was hitting almost $100 million. It was big. But where your policy, when she say any policy na the banker, they have to find $25 or $100 million or whatever on that machinery before the machines get here. And be sure no say, oh, mami, yeah, me sprinters manufacturing this by ne at least. People around town, so into Obi. As for you today, it is important to say create opportunity. Now, we know in the rivers, youth, so we need attitude. I correct Obi. Current youth na bano because of social media ni the globalization. Good life. Obi Ghana on him car me weather driving. And out to me sham kwara omo GSS. Omo kakaza. Cars omo ni meneno. Me taba me GSS na mentida. Obi. But out to me sham kwara ka say oh Bentley emu ye kama. Ebia Maserati. Na member there Mercedes for when you are not now word there Corolla there inquire to make say inquire car Obi point am here say nipa wa hu Bentley at JSS no ejuma ko man Corolla anka wo say afa na wa sha onye happy na o share kwara obi wa start ejuma fresh Corolla ne bu enji so any Asempa so attitude also is very important and one other thing key ni say me experience kakra me senior there or experience people me experience kakra che me say there are jobs on the market now but because of attitude some people can't get in look obich opportunity say me per drive ejuma me can say the cheapest job out per organ and met me abo to get easily is driving but obi me need to ono obi can say per driver and driver and say be pen or per confident or obi obet me can say ko ya di we me bra Opobi odini na ma ohun so kita bag out me say oh mpacho mi so ma opobi obesum no odini betina ti say ni papa na ni nua but obi you for abai obi wa ojina as driver odini do restaurant na okoto ade a come be for say betina ka no oni dey steering china oti oya driver but because of no ube after 1 week na what prepare na papa ni say oh come and I if na ka say oh me to me biom ebi oya driver upon 5 obi o boss akacha say o ni yiri yare o so nko kolebu nko hwe niama for 1 or 2 days no e so won ye ejuma nko into the night obi wa that day no dey call after 6 o say boss me time edru the next day o friend na o say o say e call na judia ejuma no that's the end but the point I want to make is that making it in life includes sacrifices sabi what sheda o ye adiama obi because if obi so no obi dey obi obi oh na look the best they tell you the most expensive capital is social capital obi they say me contact ready na bia manya issue bi na e bia ora free me okoba obi oni mo obi any bra for her enu kra betimi solve problem I dey amount. So the point is say the youth I would like to beg them enye juma bia sabi enye de wakoma pe na from day one osabe den ebeka na no pa ye na me wo sister station na me can say minim youth bia me page mama no e wo Kolebu na letter e buy no so be nya I think 900 cedis every month. Osi scan so anti on timinko. And I'm say massa then na chesa the month no 900 we enu pe na obehu e bi obi beba ni bayari waso no mo aboa na tena kan so raji 20 cedi factor nsuo 20 10 5 2 20 ubehu no e bi ade man esu 900 me be cheche bu sa ansa na oji ejuma no na se odum share no ni achi osi doctor de o kan no chese ebu enu kra so. And I'm saying yes, that's the way to look at it. Secondly, Adibakuso Mahuni say, Obi, your youth in the brain. What can you say? You might be say, pay me. I ultimately catch you. So, you see, starting with 500 on file on your bill. But Obi, a Juma be starting small. Me say, Sebi, me SS, me call you pharmacy Juma. Now me apply some person me dispensing technician. Yen chemi. Obi, ya Jimmy no, enya na ma me na me cleaning pharmacy shop no, pharmacy ni peduane me na me koto, me de mutina ye. But I did it for close to 2 years. Obi, me neji kra say, me so ya no pa. But ejuma no didn't come to me in the house. That's my concluding statement. Opportunity will not come and look for you at home, whether it's President Kufuor or any other president. You have to go out there and meet the opportunity. Now I wrote 10 letters. After SSO, my letter was simple. I'm a young man. I finished SHS. I don't want to sit at home. I want to apply my energy to 10 places. Guess what? It's the last 10 that took me from Lejokuku to Sakumono Junction. Pharmacy shop. Last one. Or see, we've read your letter. Come, Obi, and I'm in Juma. After tech, first 4 years, and I year bachelor's. Before we did the one for bachelor's medicine and surgery of Anochenu, then a break for some 3 months. I went to New York. I was working in a dry cleaner's shop. Obi. Na yeshishen tayeno kamanya Obi me see the day I met free hono one of your customers be catch me boss say have you seen this young man make sure you don't lose him that day na me continue play mu Africa but o kona o catch am say o buy vacation o be ko bi ejuma na o ma enti ye ka say ye buy afibo ye biago. But the point I want to make me say papa no say not knowing no they've been changing their staff especially the front person but all experiencing you know Okacha Pani said, whatever they will do to keep this guy, they have to keep him. This is a customer. Obi, dry cleaners, Obi, I mean medicine. Yeah. But every job I find with my hands, you know, I do it well.
You do it well.
Because I know I can be a dry cleaner. If I not come down, I could have owned that dry cleaner shop. So really, it doesn't matter what you do. There are Obi Oya Cosmetics and only food chain. Obi Oya starting as a security man and a security company. Maybe relative, you know, a driver for car rentals, or you as the managing director for the car rentals. Without Onunu, no car moves. So really, no, if you get this mindset that I must just start with something and that it will end well, you be calm. Now the good thing is, hey, Nipano, I know what in a day. You see, how much do you? I eat normally once a day. I have coffee in the morning, 1 main meal. Roasted plantain. And do 10 cities for me. You see, and we must also, the youth, we must learn to live lifestyle that we can manage.
Modesty.
Obi.
You see, the social media pressure.
Obi, you see,
you afford to be doing a lot.
Look, Botai, and I make and do 56.
Yeah.
It's decent.
It's a local one. Very decent.
Yes. Shetty, anything I can't afford when I'm out of my office, I don't go into it. $1,000 shirt. Yeah. Why do you want to wear? There are people who wear $5,000 shirts. They belong to a place where they can sustain it.
Yes.
Obi.
Yes.
Asempa. iPhone me you see. Where iPhone is it 7 or 6? And then I cut 6 because when is so far and cut through. Then say me see the lowest one was say 500 Ghana iPhone 5. And on now palm to say mean Sasusu.
Okay.
I want to show even keyboard.
They also say
the only iPhone 6.
Okay.
Obi. But this is 12 abani nyama. When say mbadi e omunfa Sandiago. Enti bia o kire bia dom no do so na me koto bia ma yiri.
Awa to 12 ni bia ma wifi.
12 kwa wakododo.
Oh, okay.
Bia say 10 and 11 obeso mu sa na me use 6. Or you do 12, that's times 2. But point I mean is Obi, as the youth, let's learn to live a life we can manage.
Very important.
Oh, my comment to that. say my free parliament or people who know I can say no way. Even when I entered parliament, I make sure say the life I'm living when I was a doctor.
Yeah,
I can
manage the same life. Yeah,
Kempinski, I don't eat lunch at Kempinski. Obi,
even though you can afford.
Obi, just say me. Who invite me corner Ekodi? I don't have a problem.
Okay,
but me lifestyle no. Doctors are here and I lunch. I'm do a Kempinski. Obi, and before me parliamentary me a king. Japan, I'm a businessman. I'm a meeting. I'm in your area. Kempinski ni Marriott ni ama. It's normal for him. Who shake na or di lunch or Kempinski? Who say we MPs already lunch or Kempinski? Who free parliament? I ever only
you will be exposed.
You'll be exposed because of course me pe cars pa.
Yeah.
One day me driving na me car bi. Me who say no, this will be a very unique car. So me 10 years me chase car ni sa me do am go show mo Kende Japan Bentley flying spare and I'm saying we me pay me am say me MP say no but me to say in this life manage what you can afford.
Yeah.
Into the youth you put mucho shoes here decent shoe. Maybe I would 200 no is no shoe come 500 minimum for coma or shoe minimum $1,000. Don't go there if you don't spend dollars. Nipa no be or revenue count in dollars. Obi you pay me $10,000 an hour.
Yeah.
Until the fellow can afford to do those things. And Obi, you to know, life is cool. It depends on your attitude. And also, don't be in a hurry to make impressions. Just be decent.
As you see, social media nama creating non-existent impressions, no? Are you too much? Obi a person show off. Obi a person, or you be me who's a challenge is also there. The pictures.
The MTM wants say, you see your youth for omutimi borrow obi shirt.
Laboro.
I know obi watch.
A friend laboro.
And now, no obi. Now, what obi watch? Ekoti o kwanswa. Obi change him saying. Obi now, what she shirt here? Why come I say sebi obana o kwa kwhwe no ka say. Yemfa we answer pie na ni raso no su di ko program. Oh ye dey pie. Obi. So look, life is very calm. It depends on us, Obi. Now, who manage your life in a way simple Obi. And ma Obi be kama. Obi ko to eat 300. Echi oko say oko fix the problem no. Obi say yenti so. E no can say ora. Eat 300. Odeba why didn't you get a Corolla? No Jinao. What's your pacho? Pacho saying you don't start with that.
Okotoke was all the mechanical Lloyd for
service. My first car Hyundai. In order it was a sports car. It looks on the outside like a Ferrari, but it was a Hyundai. What talk who passing Yaman in 80 Ghana, 70 Ghana, 90 Ghana under control.
Under control.
You see, it is just
control. The most important thing is for you to move.
You go parliament. You see it meet V8. You can do the me have starter. Maybe I made do tell Abiono, maybe I met Makoso. Me to Mitsubishi pickup. Last, even gearbox cra na a rocky. Let's say it was around 350 Ghana series. Under control. Now you should Bentley flying spare. The senior Ken. Now light we say problem about
and fly the car you.
And also for them habo. Better fleet cost. Now Obi, let's manage what we can.
I get you. Thank you so much, Dr. Bernardo Koboy. Honorable Okrete Telabi. Any top up advice, your experience, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Okoboy.
Okoboy, thank you. I'm saying the are super with but we give this today being Youth
International Day. Youth Day.
The American youth and they say they shouldn't give up. Na let's harness our energies. Who dear one? Ekosiise On Asempa FM. But there's one thing. I wore Ghana. And now say a baby memoir. Ama higher away Juma. Look, our problem in this country is Yebuedu Ejumabi Chebi. And that's the reason why we can't tell be a Juma be says because minge. And Nina so no the American say it is our upbringing. Because I remember here elementary school.
Asempa FM.
Those days, Uba middle school living certificate. The first letter teacher be chiremo. Send the application for employment. Now application for employment, application for employment as a messenger.
Yes, and only first letter. Obi Atro.
You see, we have learned to work under people.
Colonial masters.
That's what I'm saying. I bring me can say the colonial masters, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
So then the white man. It was all about grammar. And a lot of our people are those days who call UAC manager, so look, if you go and look at their background, why messenger? Why you say
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
They never had opportunity to even own the businesses, because they were being controlled from somewhere. We see the way aba or no one say or share or yes, no one have not been a player. And it's, you know, some companies in Guye, a lot of people who worked with UAC, whatever. How many of them? Nobody can say UAC Guye, GNTC Guye, we Guye, not to me. I am doing this business on my own. No, a lot of them. Look, Tamafu Complex, the same thing. There were people I know, they worked there near there. How many of them were, you know, because we share quite a go remuno. And it's, you know, Nippon be we square. Semanya abai ejuma. You know, I feel say. Look, me university. I had an opportunity, and if I were that, me was arguing say, may you be on my own. Sorry, be gonna say. And by this time, maybe you know, I would have been better off. But you see that fear of insecurity, you know, safe, how come say beer? Met me a survival. But I always want to make us a bit and a could see out. No, mommy. We into no fear at the back and say, ye fear, no, and then manage some of the youth approach our woman. Because these days, look, the youth are very innovative. Very. Last week I went to a funeral. I was a front place. Me and two ladies. My mom lived. Yeah, but young ladies. Na me want to come. I played one. Baku di ofimi krom gra. Na me need to come. Me no want to come. Then before this, they want do baby. I want to say, "Then you know me here." No, me see they are on their own. Then I took interest in what. You know, look, one of them told me. Have interest at the time we were picking them. No, not at all. Not at all. Because it through somebody. Let's say me live to no, because we started. We started. Don't worry. I know where you are going. Anything, you know what? Yes. One of them told me, say, okay. But on no kasa no on phone go see point. But you soon the mobile phone no credit.
No, they deliveries.
Or the deliveries near there. Now, or you trained nurse.
Wow.
You're training or a nurse. Then so he has not gotten the opportunity to work in a hospital for the past 4 years. But what she's doing now, no.
A man more money.
And she's, you know, you see, and the fact say you better say be a nurse and tones you know.
There's a drone.
Hygiene, no. I mean, what I say, and then in 3 days, we need a colleague back. We didn't come on.
Then I know a theater.
You didn't come on. Apparently, no. Sometimes you get near your order or parliament. If you know, but we don't know. Say no one. Anything, no, the only person me tell is Emrantie no, say me can first uko University of Ghana. Na uko siadia. You go to the library. Sometimes we call library honuma book no. Ebi ana zoology, ana say botany book, ana say chemistry book. Because there was a chemistry book called Vogel. All the experimental methods room.
On Asempa FM.
Na uko your mamu assignment. Now I'm contema. We go do no be akwa fa. Until sometimes we go 5 free chemistry session. Now they akwa see what archaeology session. Say be anytime you go there. But today, phone here, all those experimental methods near there.
Yes.
So I be the me catch my students say this time information is closer to you
very ubiquitous.
Very, very close to you. And then, let's take advantage of, that space, because I always say, the youth of this day, it is an empty disk, maybe 5 gig. Now, 5 gig, it depends on what you populate the gig, that space with, and about the outcome, because they have a lot of time and space. Adia, Uber spending time. Adia, those days near this slide rule. Your mom, who calculate use slide rule. If you know slide rule, I don't know. Those days, we don't know. Yes, those days, your mom was advanced mathematics. Who the slide rule? And who multiply, let's say 1,000 and something by whatever. We use slide rule. These days, who for calculator, you spend less time in getting information. And remember here say the rest of the time, you be making good use of it. Now it is when you don't make good use of it, and also you allow other things. Every populate space now, and you find yourself in, the situation we are now. And I just want to advise the youth say, and then be any one we are now in the year, Emfa at the Papa Emma. Look, who can Casapreco? I remember when Casapreco came to mountains. But then I was working at the Center for Research Deployment.
Oh, okay.
When he came there, no, all the idea those days, this BTC Obahonuma Yachichiro. Now you the share we will not catch a faculty in seminar.
Asempa
he came there, and a true discussion also. Obey enemy that now they know a bottle, no atom, and that is the story of Casapreco. And on the man. Center for Scientific Research, they got a lot of money because I didn't catch it up, and the fact that it was coming from
the biggest IGF council.
Yes, that's right. Okay. And the fact that it is coming from an institution like that, so they make an say.
Scientific.
That's the point. It's coming from an institution like this, Emma, we move for a lot of the youth, even at the center and at the point in time, Grand will be another subsidiary. Of our scientists, I don't know where that thing I could do here. The embassy say everything we diligently. Now, what you mean? Say me didn't project it, especially time now one day. A bit me do I could do far. Your choices, yes, let's have choices. Let's have choices, but you move a bit more than. But because one can lead to the other.
That's true.
Because Obi Wahonoma was starting as a cleaner. I was reading a very interesting, story bit today. Somebody at university. And security or joining a security company CB. And and I'm going to call bank. So something happened at the bank. And I'm saying the manager invited him to help us to pack these things here. And by accident, it so happens BBC, and he was able to fix the thing. No, Mr. Zah. Okra, we are there. So I'm a graduate of so and what. Bring your CV.
You have a job.
He's now a banker. And you see one good 10 leads to another.
Yeah.
You wrote 10 letters. You never gave up. You got the 10th one. You started, who started, what she has. One could say, look, I was telling me microphone, my constituency, I mean, I say, man, Obi about say, Opejuma. Ubisana, also, me ton earrings, or person ton shoes, or person ton, no man, or me ton tuma. Now, on the average, you know what I want to do? Me feed politics in maybe a shop no bar, me or bunchy. Mako, me or win. On a day, I will be a man me toffee, so I don't know. I'll cook some of that and eat. That make us.
Yeah.
And make an obviously, But I have examples in Accra here.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
A lot of there's one person for beside the permission to me money. Or starting with something like that. People open other shops. People be shops. Now, the American say, "What got earring now? What got tongue? Ebia no kwa. Na ya nto earring. Ebia earring ya got tobacco. Ubefia. When you come home, and most of them, unfortunately, no, they have 1 or 2 children. Ubefia nyumre. Now, that earring we got tongue 10 cedis. Uba no kwa la no pay bianedi. You take that 10 cedis, go and buy food for them. The next time when you go, no, we capital and we leave you. So they make an answer. You spend that, you know. The next time you go, it's a lot of them must start your you did not invest in the right business because of your background. But I can wait now. Ukoto banchi kakra, a broker kakra, way near the utong. Say a bar, unko fesika for Sikana udia tong anopano. Say ukwako ubedi. You will not spend that money. You take part of the food near home. And now be near the amount of in essence, you know, you can take your capital, your interest, you know, in kind. Now they are here, man. Now I say you say capital. What do you say? And it, you know, you must say, and yes, the beauty of the Oyeno and the church of I have a classmate who is at Abusukai. They had him and there's also some friends on Pesa. We did a year ago, or physics. But he went into spare parts, time electronics, we near the buy. They were the lead persons in it. Because woman, and that is where the education comes into play. Well, into university, it doesn't mean that a Jumana, you know, it must be. What do you call it?
What you were taught in school.
But it's the university education, you know, gives you for the world. I mean, knowledge expose you to how to do things so you can find out more. And it, you know, so we university now we are what friends say, the touch, no, different.
Very different. That's true.
Oh yeah.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Hairdressing. Say you know, manicure, pedicure. Manicure. The fact is that you can do it.
Yeah.
No, yeah, that's a minute. Oh, no, me be cry. I see. Yeah, but to so many we say to me, you know, these are things, and finally, you know, again, the issue about jobs, and taste, the choices. I'm happy. The Europes and the Americas. Yeah. You find people with PhDs working in restaurants. But because their systems are well structured. Yeah. Pension social security kakra.
Asempa
no matter how small, there's some savings for the future. Until they do it well. And it, you know, much as we are encouraging the youth to go into these jobs, you know, let's formalize the system. Because there's a lot of money outside, you know, outside the formal system now. If we really organize them and make them, you know, I mean, really structure them now,
yes,
they can create a lot of jobs. A lot of jobs for our people. Seriously. And it, you know, but you know, the choices we make, what, you know, we want to achieve in the future, not being driven by a lot of things around us. And then we'll be starting me boy you display need die or display the kind of vehicle near day. A lot of them no and no cry LED, mislead some of them. But go boy, atade yes selection there. Na say na yeti Arabian was I remember here was secondary school.
Laboro
yeah. So be shoe. So be atade. That's there one.
Interesting.
Yes.
Usha, the most, in fact, the research be into the family of John Edwards, the former.
Yeah, John Edwards was running mate to I think Kerry. Exactly. Yeah, to Kerry.
Yeah.
2004
they
elections.
Go back into their family tree for about 150-200 years, and they did that also for some notorious armed robber, and realized that their family, you know, when they went back to I think the 7th generation, it was a Osofo,
okay,
some priest, and the partner, and also I think were very strong moral and spiritual foundation. They raised their kids properly disciplined in the fear of God. From that family tree, you know, they produced apparently about 7 or 10 college presidents, city council bosses, Supreme Court judges, those who came from that because of the kind of stability and training they got. This notorious armed robber was from a broken home. Their father was a rapist. Mamenusu was problems. Now, almost says our family all the misfits in our society over the generations. Every ho. Point I mean, we invest a lot and talk a lot about the fleshy, worldly things. We don't talk about that aspect which tells a child that just as you are working for yourself, your neighbor is also important. You see, that one doesn't come necessarily from classroom. That one comes from the upbringing, which normally is connected to some kind of faith, whether it's Muslim or Islam or Christianity. That one teaches you things that go beyond the physical. And I know the will be, I can say, me work 3, but the first one is third one after Yejuma. If you are going by normal economics and all that,
you will not do that.
And now I can say, so the point I'm making is that we have some values outside the classroom, and it will come from the church have a role to play.
Church and the home.
The home has a role to play. The community values. So all kind, we must live in a society. When you're a farmer, you should get the same respect as a doctor. You should get the same respect as an MP, because you all are contributing towards the existence of all of us. Why should the one who sells food at the hospital in the night for be ordinary relative why should the fellow be less important than you who are the nurse on the ward? If you are feeling dizzy, where do you go to? You know, so what? And these are things that come in values, not in the syllabus. You see, they come in values. And no bois Emma what to me couplets, but I won't say and also bois ma sumdwe contentment. You know, obi wanya kola bako, or comfortable. Obi so wanya kola bako, or pe udi. So that one, it lies in values, and these are some of the things that anything that fetch me last you know because say and cathedral there and a mosque now where it says no. You see, investment into certain activities, your values are anuyeshi into obi. We should also look at some of these things. And in conclusion, me my doctor anka ejuma nka me ni jipa restaurant ejuma.
Sir,
as
restaurant owner.
The mayor Juma or Omo serve na kitchen
chef.
Say no ben
Adriana.
So and into obi point I mean say anka manye de me yang ejuma de obi enya de me brekwa
eju obi anka obi
obi, you know. And the reason I'm kasa say what you start with is not what you finish
you would end with.
No, not at all. If you go into a security company thinking that you still be at the gate till you will be 60 years, you will be at the gate till you will be 60.
The mindset should be you want to become the general manager.
The general manager, you will do the recruitment. When I measure body posture, like I say, you when I was standing at the gate, I was not standing like this. You go away.
But you see, yes, the there's one thing, and I believe that it's part of the problems we have, the society and the type of jobs that everybody wants to end up with. I think I go on to say, yes, you can. Politicians, we are part of the problem. Because you see, when America says I've created 1 million jobs now, any Ministry of Energy, Ministry of whatever, and Ministry of whatever, and equity. These are what here. Restaurants, we don't want to classify that. And I say, maybe a construction work be a cost. Now, what far, masons, even laborers. Now you can remember, the early days of Rollins. Now, I can say you created jobs, and I remember that one. It was even the first lady at the program. About the jobs I created when they were doing the Kasajan road. The number of jobs I created, and people were just I don't see a Juma. Because the mindset is that and then ministry clearance, you have teacher, you have this, you have this. That is the only way I create jobs. And no. A lot of the time, I buy and they did problems. I'll be up and say, I buy this, I buy, and no be able to say, but no LED, I go creating napco near the. So they say, but if we I buy and takes the lead in educating the people, let's formalize the system. More chop back as Sikana there must be some form of registration. Be now say honomono. Unya 200 a month. No, another place 600. Another place 400. That's it. There's a record of Ukada Udi Jumane Piki Bibi Kakaka. I'm telling you, say, look, we have a Yejmo Makola. If you're more about Yejmo, another place. And that is how I'm on for. Look, you know more breaching. That is what they do to survive.
Where Juma 4 5 in a day. It's true.
No, this about it. But because the system is so formalized,
that's true.
And
the government can also track. No,
at the point, a private sector person, but
no digitization. And Dr. Bao.
My question back with my Dr. Okoboy. Now, son, no. My main kind message is kakra. We say Okoboy 3 times. I say you are the youth. You inspire us a lot. We are proud of you. Long live Okoboy. Long live the NPP. Long live Ghana. Good evening to Honorable Joseph Kujo, MP for Efia. Benjamin Into Onowo Tema. Farouk Nsuwa Tema. I'll say Honorable Okoboy is such an inspirational speaker. I love his honesty and excellent way of communicating. Obi, the pressure people are buying for us on social media is unbelievable. You see them post refined pictures on their page, but in real life, their hustle past our own. It's time principles of hard work, honesty would pay. Okay, principles of hard work and honesty pays is deliberately imbibed in our youth. Farouk, thank you. As youth, we should cut our coat according to our size. We create unnecessary pressure for ourselves due to the fake things we see on social media. Be determined, focused, hard work and prayerful. Inshallah, you would make it in life. Regards to my good friend Dr. Okoboy, a master planner junior is in Kentampo. Obi, a friend shipping his car at Tema. Okay, from Tema to the US just for maintenance. This is what Dr. Okoboy was talking about, and or the video of the car. Okay, in the car near the Asempa FM. The share containers, 20-footer container, be Eco US just for maintenance. Now assign Abba. Could you make some 30 years? He can
afford. He can afford. You see,
he can afford. In the panel, a video of car now is in a container more Eco US for maintenance. What?
But you see, Obi, let me just cut you. Mr. Much as one more search, ability.
Yeah.
We don't fault them. This is their taste. They've worked for it. You best
Asempa FM.
Sometimes,
say mechanics were habit me
yes, and friends say what the car na bahano.
Yes.
If you look at the cost near there, we did say training one person on maintaining such a vehicle, no. A bit creative,
jobs. But the other thing is say sometimes no bebre na omo cars no custom made.
Yeah.
And it was as a wokoto car bit is a Bentley, wokoto Rolls Royce. You order and it's made for you. Yeah, mostly say you do maintenance. You would want to take it back to a more no, say
car. The principles never can 19 combine the same.
No, but I won't get us those cars.
No, kuta. But the can say, I am not saying they should allow somebody who is incompetent, no new. But the can say, you see, the reason why, Ubi Bekwako, Ako Baby Ako training, government will spend a lot of money. Oh, you do Okwa Bridge, Konakushia, is that Oba, Udisa, Nimbiano Bebahan. Into what yeah. I'm just advising.
No, but it's happening. There are people now. There are garages from car because Ukohwa cars I was some level now. The corner no wakako training machines for the entire for the cars and for any mechanic be organ and it is about mechanic be only banner will be a problem. One show what it wires. And as I say, those cars who be injured, be anyone Sabefa. It was show the hammer,
going forward. We can, you see,
but the truth of the matter, I'm going to say, honorable, there are some cars where you are able to afford the car.
Yeah.
Taking it back there for mental
when you look at, you see,
look at local content.
You look at you see, you can
domestication.
Domestication, certainly. Because you see, look, here, seriously speaking, if you go and then over Bentley, the Fiano with the call,
Germany
or whatever,
US or the UK,
the setup. When we do examination here, they know you can have those things here. You can have them.
Now, when say, they like us so much. They have garages.
I
know
a few people like that.
Naturally, I like cars. I always want to look at a new car near the. So but
I know let me back question and I'm person busa doc no say yes, sometimes you have to live modestly. But also there is a thin line between modesty and a pepe. In the at what point I'm going to say acquire the way a pepe can we say would be
pepe they are very simple. For Dominic.
Yes.
Sena last no money
in
say be a Dominic level way.
Yes.
So nim no share belt back 7 years.
Yes.
Now I say be a daddy no hook no e sa air pie let me a percent for enter another hole by mistake and no pepe.
Okay.
What I say?
Okay.
But say so pepe say oyo obi obetime afford. Now I say ushu sebi. Enye say awipe o quite me two. Now because say two no I say be a unjina na umpesu make no say ma. Eno pepe eno yo bia wan hwa ni nwa kro ewu a o man paracetamol eno de susuma enye super but modesty de service ade no decent. The word is decent.
Okay.
Decent say opia say na me ka say no opia bia won say you are
looking good.
Obi and what's the number prices but this shirt costs about 250 Ghana cedis.
Yes.
This shirt.
Yes.
Obi there are people who wear similar shirts same material but because of brand it's $1,500. Now your shops are yet tonwo. Who can follow end up say you be price no. But uche ebi free new management. Now what for? Are you what I'm saying? Now if you can't afford use 250 for a shirt, where you say me to ebi the next time after 6 months or 1 year.
Yeah.
So it will be there for a long time.
Yeah.
If you know there are 100 Ghana shirts which are also decent.
Yeah. Very.
So point in say look decent, but make sure that it's within your now you must also know how to take care of your items. Maintenance. Everything you use must be maintained.
Yeah.
Me clothes, me even as late as when I was a doctor, still me wajide say me na meti me ahwe suyi.
And one we see.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, you wash yourself?
Now for now there is soaky,
okay.
But mama guidelines as to how
but first they know what we see.
Yes, even have to time me hospital physician, because how you handle your clothes determine how long it will be in a good shape. So shirt we say luckily no now me brother-in-law I mean tonight no me pair white things now me throw white say be fi and okay so the cheapest materials to maintain are white because you get a good detergent and soak it. Are you feeling now? ube say odi di agro odu nsa som kakra no na why den wa hata na white ne wanso hye ne ba ko a
now
drop it.
You drop it.
You don't wear it twice. And he say 10 now every week, every day you can wear one. By next week, see. So the same thing always looks nice. A dream be a man meet me so someone. What means a shirt na
shirt na bre.
And na who crosses all level net. I don't say they prepare. We go across it.
It's a happy birthday to Nana Kofi Osiahene of Oman FM Sport. Thank you and good evening. Let me read some few messages in Afiemra and other issues. No, so this one says, Senior, please wish Charles Akowua to Bono Regional Communications Officer of the NDC a glorious birthday for me. Dallas Ampoma Williams and no anyway about we say oh this is like where do you see one Kasa? Okay, Rolls Royce. Wow. Dream car ni ana. Unyi abeto bi on Rolls Royce. We mu say we know you order ni yama. When you go you don't walk into a showroom to buy. Oh yeah, you order. And I can Japan dey na wo hu ye na order do. Built to spec. In the beche you order now on my amount. Happy International Youth Day to all your listeners, especially Adentan constituent, Adenta Kumi and Odiwe Abba. Always inspired by Dr. Okoboy and how he's able to communicate in a very clear language and terms. God bless him. And this is from who? Richmond Standard Chartered Bank here in Accra. We say, wow, enjoying Doc. Whatever your hands will find to do it with all diligence. I hope the youth are listening to him. Chief Baine, also I thank God Dr. Okoboy doesn't take propaganda to the theater. Shaking my head, and we a time I'll catch Chief Baine said, Wawari unu and anybody and was saying about say Obi Oko should stop that. Now Laboro started way back in the late 80s from Form 1 to Form 5. Chief Baine again with this one. We say Obi, I am impressed with Dr. Okoboy. Please help me get his number. We'll see about that. We say Obi Special International Youth Day to Honorable Reverend John in Team Fojo, Honorable Francisca Otin Mensa, and Honorable Vincent Eko Asefua. Regards to Dr. Okoboy as well. Master P, all the way from London, and on the way by. We say Obi, Honorable Okoboy has really communicated to the youth, very educated and informative. Jesus said many times throughout the Gospels of Matthew, Mark, and Luke, quote, he who has ears, let him hear. It's very unfortunate we, the youth, normally fight for recognition by living above that life. Once again, thank you, Okoboy. Guy G, Newark in New Jersey, and on the way, Abba. Jomo Pokwazi Festus also wants to salute you, Dr. Okoboy. We say, after listening to Doc, I can now live and sympathize with my sister Ivy Williams, who is in Ghana from the UK to bury her father-in-law, Kwesi Reynolds, Ewo Agona Odobin. We say, Obi, some of the youth are living on the sweat of their parents. Their parents have made it in life and so can afford anything for them. If you are like me and you look up to how luxurious kids of rich men are living, Obi, you may end up doing things that may not end well for you. Ozana, Cape Coast, captures everything.
Obi, a lot of the organizers, sometimes, they do those things on the blind side of their parents. There are children from very rich homes. They live very decent and modest lives. There are those who also want to, be very flamboyant and whatever. A lot of the time, not the parents cry.
Ekosiisen On Asempa
FM.
Because rich men maybe also want to discipline their kids
certainly.
Or will live according to a certain budget any other. Obi, Doc is really an inspiration to the youth. How I wish that he comes to contest in Ablekuma Central. Anyway, a very special birthday to Hajia Babana of Navrongo NTC. Nana Ekwia Moa Boaten Edie Enono. Okay, thanks to all of you for coming through with your messages and feedback. Nature say you've enjoyed the discussions thus far. Thank you. In the International Youth Day, but there are still some other issues. And for more guardians, I'm hoping to secure the future of your children. There is an amazing opportunity for you. It was CBG, and there is a new account at CBG. Into your friend with CBG First account. CBG First account, a savings account, a life insurance cover for the guardian and the child to secure the child's education and future. It is a savings account opened for minors and provides discipline around saving for your ward's future. Benefits any more free insurance package, and it provides security for your ward's education. Access to e-experience bundle in the ATM card beer. Offer very competitive interest rate as well, and quarterly withdrawals to ensure hassle-free school fee payment. And for further details, only CBG Ninkomo 0303 216 000 0303 216 000. And as a CBG branch BI Benwo, you can send us an email info@cbg.com.gh, and you can follow us on all our social media handles. CBG, or see, we stand with you. Melcom, and so say any Melcom supermarket is now bigger and better. And to walk into any Melcom branch, i.e. Melcom supermarket, to have a wide range of product. Melcom is your one-stop supermarket for all your daily needs. Terms and conditions apply. Melcom is where Ghana shops. Very, very, very important. Mark Auto Spare Part. Mark Auto and Spare Parts, and so say. On or off road, the Isuzu D-Max is the ideal choice for a rugged terrain or during your daily rounds. The Isuzu D-Max a legendary ride comfort and performance will ensure that you are up to any task, because amount of that comfort, a sign of that high performance, with our range of models from the 2.5 liters to 3.0 liters turbocharged engines. Mark Autos and Spare Parts ubenya car we are can wasem ne be ato. Now available options no any. Isuzu 3.0L 4x4 automatic. Isuzu 2.5L 4x4 single cabin. Isuzu 2.5L 4x4 double cabin base. And Isuzu 2.5L 4x4 double cabin mid. Isuzu 2.5L 4x4 X Rider. And you want X Rider and a special edition. Wow. And there's an attractive 6 to 12 month credit facility available, with loan facilities available at EcoBank. Contact Mark Ghana on 0302 813 919, 0302 813 919, or on Kraiha, or Kumasan Swa 0322 087 938, and Atakwa the phone so 0312 005 385. Yewo Accra, Spintex Road, 105 Spintex Road, adjacent UMB. Kumasan so Dakojum on the Ahonjo Santasa stretch, and Atakra de Cape Coast Road, off Twin City Crescent. Mark Auto and Spare Parts, the official distributors of Isuzu pickups and trucks, Ghana. Mark Auto and Spare Parts, Isuzu with you for the long run. In the Ukwa, Isuzu pickup, we tear rubber and a bonus from tear rubber. Oh, honorable. And Auto carry, I was all about car by Castrol Ghana at the oils. I hold one year. ATF, brake fluid, radiator coolant, greases, hydraulic oils, Nina Castrol, Ghana, Ewobi. Yeah, oils, they bought F, your lubricants, they bought F for Papa, Oko Melcom shops, Oko game shops, allied filling stations, and a Maxon filling station, Nina, Obenya Biwa Hoiteme Ato. In the 0552 557 208, Castrol, also it's more than just oil, it's liquid. engineering. In my run off here, the other issues agree and up so honorable located Taylor be minority are raising issues.
Yeah.
Must say Asempa Efa Motorway.
Yeah, very well. That's it. I'm say the Ekosiise say maybe by na aban say who say na hoden I would be physical the road no.
Yes.
Our form. And then you know yama
Asempa FM.
The friend PPP. Yaye humra our parliament you know. Yem free companies out. Womu musika. Womu de ba shame. Na womu jijisika edi etuaka. After a number, for a period. Now road na baye abaye yendia.
Okay.
Womu build, operate and transfer. Womu yes ano. Companies be buy. But I'm saying at the end of the day, no, it be any honor otimidi or see yo. Including a company and a buying say on person call because the expertise near didn't
yeah.
You find you my man on also count on buy. When
Ekosiise On Asempa FM.
And yes, it can be a mamba. Now the air can say, and we are saying way. Who China for road won't quite be brave or me or Hanmunino. And yes, ye per se be Chinese for Baby Quino. No, the Chinese prisoners in a baby how. But the fact is, a year condition beer, one the attaches are low now, ye de mound. It is a nano China for Baby ye mu acquire when you want to say Chinese for never mind Luna. One be per se, would be Chinese contractor. Send a at least one to be keep us as can be or more, or they will create some jobs for their people. Sorry, make an answer. And it yes, Anna, ya nya obia mana ma me no. Aban sisi no, ubekaya NDC address no establish Ghana Infrastructure Fund. Aban tues kabinum di gum. Ye the petroleum scan bi egum.
Asempa FM.
You want you create fund bia ebeboa your infrastructure, generally roads, anyway near the highways near the. And then abayan kasa and e kwa ko pesika no. In the air can say abayan ankasa e ko pesika no dia. To say they are not other countries here no. When the British look who call tema Afra road no.
Okay.
Company, a British company. And a because yes, you just carry free honor. The Germans know the same thing. Friends say Chinese phone. And it is a ne. That's a woman to me a first kind of man. That's a young Kasankasa, the Ahodi, the Sika, the Ahodi, Equaco Gisika dia.
Asempa
FM. Yes, we have from local contractors now. Na bibi amiti eyemi na kakra ne say. Deputy Minister ne say contractor bi ni Ghana hanum a obetimi ayesa adwuma no. Na am say kafra ene de. Okasa no wan kan yi.
The Motorway.
SEC state what is it those days coming Nkrumah that is it SEC and answer state construction company.
Oh okay.
And not PWD. I mean one of them. So they make an answer. And yes, I road no. But that notwithstanding. And never be an India could do no.
Ekosiise
Be any one
FM.
Open so your Ghana Hanmo, Ghana won't me. And don't you say Ghana for never any change, but Ghana need bet me I go hide the bet me I go fat. Say there are some expertise be only one hide the panel. Emanaba be ye. Nay Ghana company na ye. And over Boama ye retaining Sikana ye kwakobosi ya kwakobono ye retaining bi wahano. And they are creating more and I say the capacity of our companies, our contractors, it's 570 million. You can put, about 4 or 5 companies together. No, my yes, so So the mechanism. You can put them a them pan or see overhead.
Asempa
Overhead interchanges. How sophisticated are those things? You see, even the recent overhead there, we say no. The consultants near Ghanaian so.
Okay, Poko said
yes. Highways Bona no share you so.
As the consultant.
Yeah, the consultant, yes.
But not the contractor.
Not the contractor. But then you see who consultant who nim the contractor and the can one say. The difference is we no nim adwuma no onim say we say we say by bia oni machinery a be adwuma no ana so enye na adwuma no so be yes ade no. And if we have consultants a wo guide ana so wo supervise adwuma e dey ma foreign companies a wo be ya hanom, they should be able to supervise, your local ones, because see, once upon a time, now asphalt cry, you need machines or hand, and then here, uko akra hand local, contractors, asphalt near the anything yes, see, say I buy
through Ghana infrastructure investment fund, and
Ekosiise it must come from local contractors, and the issue about the fact that we contract, we sign you raise the issue of
parliamentary approval.
We contract you sign sign but you have signed the commercial agreement. I'm a nipano. We flow to on. We flow to Eddie Pesca and it's our company no.
The pesca they are bearing.
The pesca. So when your contract, you don't want people to support them. When your contract, Ghana Hanum.
That's why your music and no dey
and I make Asempa FM. When you say we no, the pesca outside. So the woman because we have entered into contract with them no. Woman present to the outside world say they have gotten this contract.
So
already.
So they need money for what? Because the contract in question will be funded by us.
Listen, if what was it will be funded by us. But the fact says
Asempa FM
company no such a huge contract no. There are people can invest into that company. To say Uber list two company here.
So Oman listed was stock exchange.
That's what they are doing because we have entered into this agreement with them. Agreement that I can say consummate. I mean, final. Parliament has not approved near the. But the bottom line is say yes, move for music camera. 23 of you move for music camera. Me no more do am ma. Na ye ankasa see e kwa ko pay sika. Don't make an see.
We have no business dealing with foreign companies.
That's the point. And two, the other thing is what is the experience better on Modiba? Omo ka say no why you remember why Ghana had.
No, say deputy minister they can so on here.
What you do two? Let's say see about the background. They have a very bad experience in Malawi.
Hey.
I'm telling you, and that's the reason why we are suspecting. The reason why Abanwe so much look, they have a history of influencing, paying bribes to the president of Malawi, to institutions in Malawi, and they are it is if they are holding on to where they are, then we must suspect they have succeeded in bribing their way because we don't see why that should be done. Why did you sign the contract? Why? Company, how does it look like?
Yeah, but what comes to Parliament always, the financial agreement itself, about Parliament.
Yes.
Because about Parliament, I approve finance new year.
Yeah.
You don't also approve the contractor who will do the work, do you?
Especially if it is, listen, there are two things.
Okay.
Say, would they, let's say, to say on that the Chinese phone and we do musika ba.
Yes.
So we do musika ba. We approve everything.
Ekosiise
On Asempa. We scan about no contractor.
Very well. We know the ye na ekwa ko piscan.
Yes.
It's a juma na ye de ba be man no. So the make na say juma na ye ba be man must be approved. We are going for the loan from wherever. That will also have to come to Parliament. loan na Ekwakoji must come to Parliament.
Yes.
So the beggar say,
yes.
Ekwaji loan we are. And now the fact that we are entering into another agreement with another company that is, Amanonino, must also come to Parliament. Supreme Court will be brave. The armor way you may watch in LB. Yes. I saw photo, the same thing. One more year, they even did the job. But obviously, once I'm parliamentary approval and null and void, anything they must come to Parliament.
Yeah, it's
and
true.
son, Obenya who coin, I could baby, I can say, or yes, I do make Amagana. Otherwise,
yeah, but I think the Supreme Court way said even after the loan agreement,
very well.
The EPC should also now come to Parliament.
So there's anything without that, you need a Jubiaye. It is almost can say, then Ubisano question, must sign the contract 2 years, one sign. Why I want deep ben of the science
on Asempa FM.
So there's when we are near the judgment debts, they are the bar. Anything the air can say, maybe the end say, and then say, if I was sick abroad with me and from now, ya quack or bobo see idea.
Asempa
Let's look at local, contractors. A lot of the time, the component of the scanner, machines near the Diaba. We can use that the money scanner loans no be near the Rakoto machine to augment whatever they have over here. Now, they are here, Jumano. A big creative job. It will also help in building their capacity. And that's how that is the way to go.
Okay, but you believe, sir, the nature and the scope of works. Local contractors can do it.
I mean, and I mean, say, what are they? I mean, what is so special about 3 lane, 6 lane, asphaltic road? What is so special about it? They are doing concrete and asphaltic, 2.
Yeah. So from after the 19-kilometer motorway,
that's right.
The rest now aka to say Apenkwaus and Junction. That one will be asphalt. But they are coming concrete.
But the American say, I stand to be corrected. The original, company how constructed,
Tema Motorway.
I mean, I stand to be corrected though. But I know say a local, entity in the city.
Asempa.
I cannot remember.
You see, I mean, we want to see that thing. We want to see the motorway reconstructed. We want to see it done. But let's do it. Then you're beneficial to us. Because you can say Jumani. We are now Chinese rubber. No one offer or friend say prisoners. No many are jobs. If you they don't go back. Matis
yeah, but all those said are loans are more than they might.
Very well.
So they bring their
people. After we want to go and give it to South Africa.
Another South African.
And one more bar. Because I'm bringing this person because the person or some specific expertise they will not get here. They're not to be put. Oh, you can question it because company employ such a person in services of my more.
Ekosiisen On
Asempa. With your experience in the system, has that been the standard practice? Project Ghana by government of Ghana is secure loan directly. Erase funds any the Ghanaian companies.
Not necessarily. And then you build it, Nancy approve some skebia because these all African games are a basso.
Yeah.
We share contractors on MBC when you local contractors. Here they raise this scam.
Okay.
So they say local contractors no MBC dying. One MBC. Are dying, acquiring, there have been instances of schedule to fee outside a bar. Local ones in a year.
Okay.
But the other person can say, if you look at the experience within the railway sector, for time Ghana, you start to use rail transport. Say, we've not been able to develop the capacity. Say, a bank of GCK Nanka bia yankasa railway yes ya construct and I hear the Ekosiisen to say they say rails ya Indian for and a baby. No, creating jobs for them. Do woman on this kind of near dinner.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
You better then build this capacity if we don't allow the people to have hands-on training.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Okay.
Say Sikano, if you are bonti ba. Now Bruni say meme dear, and it me use me contractor. Now we can't do.
That's a different conversation.
Let's allow that one to go. Okay. But then where we are going to raise the money, and let's give the opportunity to the local contractors, Now, to build their capacity.
Okay. Because I was wondering, since I will share, cocoa syndicated loans.
Yes.
Yes. You understand?
Yes.
Yeah. And by that logic, meaning say all cocoa route contracts should go to local contractors.
Well, if unim say, you see, you see, let me tell you something. You see, you can't maybe a crabber. We're talking about industrialization. I have a no industrialization. I beg. No industrialization. That is
Asempa FM.
The point is and then we are talking about Ghana getting industrialized.
On Asempa FM.
It will come out of from a lot of research and development. India, China. Baby, where I'm fast so and never more baby or more. And you be the Chinese company, a buy a man one day.
Yes.
A support so they make an answer. In terms of research, a buy and Kasan taking upon itself to even sell the product to other countries. And it say ene ye loans. Now you see ye the beto cocoa near the roots near there. We shouldn't forget say we can also use the same leg, near the improve in terms of their building capacity of the road sector.
The road sector.
Strong. And it might be a conscious effort by the government.
Okay, Mate.
Now we're deciding, but you see, say then where is our independence? Where is Ghana? The issue about Ghana beyond 8. So the beginning. So we need to build our capacity here. Now Abayan Kasan find who same. Now only the way. Instead of Abayan, Obeka Obi Awaba Abe throw exam no we ewa hanu. Now so train maybe pet Ejumama ama no ewa hanu by force. No.
I mean, official government spokesperson, Dr. Bernardo Koboy. Doc.
Aha. Unse parliament are crises. Na issues we bring menu amorezi no. Unse time amu business no. Omo daso. Yema omo crises no. Omo nim say omo fa jantum kakra and the issues anka was omo raise na yanka one Asempa committee. Oh me ba. We small jobs before they make one. And they say I call recess. Now one for we mo am me tuja. Now from now to October I'm never back no. They should cause and your master and and share hunding. Now missing a one yetuano kasebi. Yantuano kasa on na parliament keke. Your opposition no. Your members since I your minority no. They have a role that they play at the committee level, ministry before programs transactions be cut already far through committee ashemu. Now in fact Osesibe Dr. Osesibe former
finance committee chairman, new job in South MP.
Yes, and so I'm senior of prefect.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, or mami eba finance committee besuane makakra. Now one of the things I mean is Obi finance committee people don't know a lot of agreements are finally government from all say finance committee agree every sector say ska facility at same moment finance committee outcome now say I buy finally adopted the ejuma. Most of the time it wasn't so time I buy through finance committee ube amendments changes in suggestions in free both sides majority members critical input sometimes create me free or no sebi or no chairman no although the thing is coming from our own side, I can say, oh, minister, maybe we can do it. So point I mean, say, well in place and absolutely in order for them to be finding ways. I don't remember out in a perfect manner. Remember out, I obey all the rules. And company so chinebe say, oh, anka a step you anka say first. I'm first in Tamadi when you know I asem. Into Omuka say parliamentary approval. On say sebi me former boss. On watch my menu. Oko parliament. Omuka say sanka was for parliament. Oji to mu say anka parliamentary approval no is the best way because the company is not incorporated here. Sebi sometimes you know engagement you know is part of the job in parliament. So me no the me can say all the procedures and I was saying through no. We share the commentary from Ministry of Rosa. Omu kasa say they've not gotten to the place where it's done and dusted. I jumanu kan say nipa no kwa koye. I beka say aka step bia is not yet. Now Obi for me no procedural requirements no is very important. So Sebio sometimes you know opposition sometimes omutimi ye add the oil and say enye say na akoye balado menu de no enye say wa sheda oboa o ba opese hunchi the obeko yu mekono enkra no meko yu mekono balado menu say omo yu meko wo farm no mekono shishi won ba say omo kakra omo say jai wa ye constati we na yu we na nkra no bi ka chomo say mekono nya de o na ye bre adenti na osi yen wirin za na ka say mo fi say ndenti na wa ya bro enti na ye wa no abro pa. And sometimes the opposition there are times they raise things are genuinely they've cited bibia issue it must be corrected. Sometimes into you come because or the jai go with chia sa janu ma ochine no omusu betina dey have power. Since I don't have all the details, all I'll say is that let's give the benefit of the doubt. Say really no, they've cited a stepper is that's not been fulfilled. Let's do the checklist. We should do the checklist and make sure that everything that must be
every box that must be ticked,
take it. Now the second one say capacity is important. Obi ejuma na be no the yan say pe di obetima den aye. But I understand and appreciate local content. The Ministry of Finance, I think either Ministry of Finance or they have a local content secretariat where ejuma bia no ye pe kwan a be ma Ghana for so ayebi not technology transfer any wealth retention no e bi abaha. So capacity is the first thing. Say be concrete road and Nkrumah time obi akase still no a serve although why span no still otimi so yemu kakra. So one konya nipa oye skilled in Ghana has said be minimum number of people la e be omo locally contractors incorporated on my year e be a concrete roads. But be a building the capacity. I'm not saying they should not. They can also learn. We share GMPC. One of the me read your mood documents. One of the things almost say Eka Energy or a lot of experience in deep water on drilling. And the GMPC is supposed to agreement is supposed to make sure there's transfer. So na skill no. So me all I'll say is that whatever contractor ever sign, we should find a role for Ghanaians. Sometimes subcontractors who share value chain now who quantify Juma subcontractors. It can even be more than a main contractor. Of course. Nipa or supply concrete, Nipa or year design, Nipa. There are a lot of things Ghanaians can get involved. But the main issue minority no can I appreciate where they are coming from. Obi, mechanic say Obi Aja to me say Motorway will potential to repay itself if you do it.
Yeah.
So I think based on the back of Enono and Amia Miwofa. Rose Minister, Amakwata, and any team. Atna say I hear the design and on my arrangement. My bed in Nunko yet say a biner was say Sebichina, maybe I say $500 million on one copy. But if you have, let's say, company B, I'll bet my year facility arrangement. Say on the bar, even from the inflows, revenues are generating, it can be paying off Kakakra. I think what the minority is saying is that if the contractors have not been able to get the funding, which we are used to, normally no, all the funding by their EPC, I mean, it's closed. It's like a circuit. You bring the money, come and do it. Later, then you are paid through. But if you are not giving us the money, then you can't enjoy that privilege or situation or discover or you know. So Obi, ehono, who can say enko local contractors uncarboni, but we have to be careful. You can make the claim say one team and first scan and banning and say any automatic BM and say so yeah assessment now. Yeah BM, if a local company can match your skills, they should be able to be in contention. So I think that is the way to approach it, that once you are not bringing us the money, those privileges are not there. And that, but it is also possible say Nipana and first scan number. But in terms of offer our year, say we are talking value for money. Offer our year, expertise or any in the background, maybe on the table or a best match.
But the other thing is when they say the initial agreement with the company is sole source though.
No, but that's why Enamika say if the situation was that they were supposed to bring us the money, because what I know, my small experience in the 7th Parliament, most of the time say company no offer scan bar. Ube ona oma all this kanuma eno ono ani krom no mo ye adwuma no because sebi obi ntimi mfa scan ma o na o mfa adwuma no ko ma obi fifro. But point omo ye America say I don't have all the facts, but the point I'm making is that if really it is so say they are not bringing the money like we have in other cases, then that privilege of solely having the contract for yourself, because we assume you bring the money, then that one is no more. That's what I say. Yeah. So really, what they are saying, many points in say, if really the people could not offer the money as they promised, now Abani say, Sebi, I was saying here, then some privilege no more enjoy, maybe the ministry can consider and relook. But the most important point I mean say is about capacity to deliver. If scanner na odi ba, now I say capacity now one, obi Ghana or watching obi. Say we are not tied, our hands are not tied.
Of course.
But if you had brought the money, we will not look at those people who can do it in Ghana here. So I think, on a normal day, my experience in Parliament shows that these discussions can happen at the committee level, roads and transport committee. When they ask Minister me of Asombra, he will go. And then they can go through all these things. So I said, I'm catch on you call recess. We opportunity be share. I'm omo soja kakra ama ewi amo aishi. Me friend ba kukura bisa ni say na mo se am ko fie mo sa ba back me ti say mo pale o si dey bi na say fie dey hwizi ndi be soja ejebi eja na ngrofo no so na arede no my concluding remarks say obi we all want the motorway to be built. We all agree that there is great potential for the motorway to pay whichever money we invest back within the shortest possible time and even give us revenues. We all agree to say when you open highways, they are able to open the economy, stimulate economic activity. In fact, minimum hinibi or me papa me fan in the agro, me bonidi. But a sheer Malaysian ambassador some years ago no and say, how did Malaysia do it? The man mentioned only one thing. He said connect your busy urban centers to rural areas with highways. The guy in the village will not come and rent and worry you in the city. He knows that within 40-30 minutes, he can access the city and go back. Secondly, the goods, the produce from the village will not get rotten. It will come to the city. So highways themselves, look at from here to Dowenya Road, Obi, so many potential projects. Shadan facilities, wow, school center, Obi, but who called those areas? Obi, I was say 1, 2, 3 a.m. those places, and easy. So the point is that once you open up those places, and my economic activity costs, the American say, we are all in Omo Parliament, Omoka, Omo Jumani say, Omo Shana Bibianye Kama, me wafa, and in the team, they should check the box. Now you make sure say, take it Bibia. Now, Ochina say, Adipa, ni Adrimpa, Ako Pio Jumemwa. Obin kofa adi ba ko anyanye na enu ma bibia me ti say de I say obi ma what I say but say na me ka no opposition de otimi ma wade a oboa sometimes balado menu wa sheda no de ja sibichi ba me hwa na aye you dey no e was say koraye mbu panyifo enti me fa ni say me wo fa genuine
the fact is, the main point
is that conditions. When countries bring us money, they give us the contractors. So if really
we are going to raise
now those people are not bringing the
they have not been able to.
Maybe they can now
they have not been able to do it.
As the best in terms of value for money and everything, expertise and everything, they can end up having.
No, but what I'm saying is that for you to say or no on train. Out of the now you know what sign agreement. You wait till we mobilize money and then give you that job now. Now the question is, what is so special about them? Obeka say one more train. What is so special? And I say Juma no mabe what is so special about a Juma no mabe and ne kranu spacecraft kranu because of technology transfer obi a build be. Everybody is going to space. It's a commercial. Pay 45 million and you take you there and then you come. And there is nothing under the sun. Provided say the money is available, we can get people to do it. And your road construction. Look, concrete roads. Wako nanzai. Wako bepo no so nanzai.
Yes.
Wako bepo na I mean concrete na we one there. Oh. Anything uko even go about me no a lot of people on be brave concrete roads there and you new to get contractors on Asempa huge one like this but a lot of the time hilly areas if you want 10 50 meters and whatever and they do it perfectly and they can do it when you come to even what do you call it interchanges and whatever. I mean, who says the Ghanaian contractors cannot do it? What is so special? What is special about it? We have the consultant here. Very, very important. The consultant it's very important.
No, but my point is, I will share in the Tisao loan free AFDB, which is a development bank.
Very well.
And yet state media, no, as a China for AFDB, almost a contractor.
They not really.
Yes, they will not.
Sometimes it depends. You see, it depends. Sometimes when the project is initiated by them, so they say, pre-qualified contractors.
Okay.
The EU does yes. The EU, like World Bank, for instance, there are certain projects.
Bank specific and project specific, depending on the source of the money. Because some banks even receive funds from certain agencies to use for particular purposes. And depending on where the money is coming from, they can tell that these are the pre-qualified contractors when you want to access this money. So
and we can also do it. Once we are going to the market to look for the money now. We can also do it. But the question is that the out of the 23, what informed the choice now? Because the man came here, company na bahano, the entity buy, the entity BD,
when that's a very important and legitimate point. Minister said, "Sa company on my road be Ghana had that." And I said, "Debbie," and I think based on that, no more access, almost scale, no. This expert to be
I need to say no. Look, but
again,
you see, we also have. The point
is, there is a message from Abdul Malik on the parliamentary approval bit. I say, Obi, have you cited a copy of the signed contract? What are the conditions precedent in the contract relative to its effectiveness? If parliamentary approval is stated as a condition precedent for the effectiveness of the contract, then nothing unusual or unconstitutional has happened. A signed contract or agreement would not become effective until parliamentary approval kicks in, if that is a condition precedent stated in the contract.
You see, we should stop deceiving ourselves with some of these things.
I didn't hear.
Let me tell you. You see, then what is the use? What I mean, in essence, what is the use of parliamentary approval? So we should just rubber stamp.
No,
you see, supposing say government has gone ahead.
Yes.
You signed contract with this company, right? We have assured them. You are waiting for parliamentary approval. This is where a lot of the time, among focus parliament, they rubber stamp. a rubber stamp. If it is, if you have to give it to the person, then you come and then get approval.
Yeah.
Then there's no need even bringing it to parliament. Go ahead and do it. If it is just a formality.
But the other thing,
because the essence of parliament is to oversight, all that is going on.
Yeah, but the mere fact say, Omunindi Pana sign initial contract, in which contract the state will say this contract will become effective after parliamentary approval. And no chance say your Thai parliament can say can't you reject?
Please,
can't you?
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Let us not pretend. We know we are in the country. We are running a
majoritarian system. Yeah.
And nobody in the majority will have the balls to even rise against any contract. President Ibeba.
You think so?
They can't do it. It has never happened before. Tell me one happened. Tell me one happened.
But some of them voted for an opposition speaker to become
Speaker
of Parliament.
That is another story altogether. I don't know what happened that day. But I'm telling you, I'm on for person may bought him anyway. No,
Asempa FM.
Even if you are shown now, the show Amukra, Emianukra, because it's okay, it's all right, it's all right.
Yeah, some international. Yeah, that's it.
But the ball.
Honorable Clittel, thank you. Honorable Bernard Okoboy, thank you.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, Pong.
Oh, sorry.
Now, always opposition. You can't finish with the opposition. You have your.
The point is that the American will have been most simultaneous possible.
You have legitimate.
Very well.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Sebi, MPs, we are paid to do a job.
Of course.
Yeah.
And the job involves scrutiny and all that.
Yeah.
And I believe the Rose Committee, even although they are
has not been brought to parliament yet.
Exactly.
Am I?
Until wait, balado kakra
balado. We have started documents.
But the committee, even when it's not come to parliament, they have an oversight over the ministry.
Yeah.
So once these issues have come up, they can call the minister and then have an interaction and get more info. Sometimes people are having disagreements because they are not on the same page.
Yeah.
And it has to do with information
communication and information.
The evaluation reports about say, oh really no? There's a long way to go.
Exactly.
But you still must get information.
And we don't have any experience. I mean, anything to point to in this country.
Yeah.
Say Oma Yewi and Oma Yewi. Yeah. And as I see near site, what they've done outside, we have information that.
But you see, we must get to the place where say raising points are. We are raising points out of love for Ghana. We are raising points not to just raise the points and go away, but to follow up so that we achieve the purpose. Now, if really it is the case that a box is about to go unticked, the way to unravel and solve it now is to make sure that the Roads and Transport Committee goes ahead to meet with
the ministry.
So those are let's ask for those concrete steps. And just leave it.
The other thing too is that you see, look, Parliament must also be assertive.
Now, if you're in opposition, that's how it's supposed to be.
Oh no! You see, look, the executive have executive.
Yeah, I get
we have allowed them to go away with a lot of things.
Yeah.
Now, MYA. You see, and then because look, the most vulnerable arm of government, and then Parliament, and then the president, minister, now the MP, now the judge, because of some of these things, we are growing. And then we are 137.
94.7 Asempa FM Sunni.
No, you are grown.
Ekosiisen